Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for coming to today's board meeting. Opening items. Call to order.
Good evening. Board meetings present tonight are Trustee Contreras, Trustee Arellano, Trustee Castillo, Trustee Calderon, and Trustee Aviña. You have a quorum.
Okay, thank you. Pledge of Allegiance, Mr. Joshua Lopez, can you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? All right, thank you. Presentations. We have number one, the local indicators. That'd be Ms. Ramirez.
Yes, thank you, President Aviña. And so I will have our Assistant Superintendent, Ms. Elisa Ramirez, who is going to give us our annual end of the year report on our LCAP and local indicators. Ms. Ramirez?
Yeah, good evening, Superintendent Jimenez, President Aviña, trustees, and members of the public. My name is Elisa Ramirez. I'm the Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services. And today I bring to you the CUSD, LCAP, and local indicators presentation. This is a required presentation and that allows us to grab additional data and add into our LCAP metrics and actions. So what are the local indicators? LEAs will measure the progress through dashboard based on locally collected data. So this is information that goes into the California dashboard. It measures progress. It reports the results at the regular public scheduled meeting to the governing board, which is what we're doing tonight. And then we upload all this information into the California dashboard for the public to view. The California dashboard, the accountability system has several priorities that we have to address. There's 8 that belong to districts, and then there's 2 that belong to the county. On the left side, you can see the yellow indicators. These are rates, percentages that are automatically uploaded, like our CASP data, our LP, our English Learner Indicator, our chronic absenteeism, etc. On the right side, you see local indicators. Some of these are narratives that we have to develop. Some of them are surveys. Others are reports that we have to provide. And so we have to make sure that all priorities are addressed either through state indicators or through the local indicators. So the local indicators just highlighted here are priority 1, which is basic conditions at school. This includes teachers' credentials, textbooks, and facilities. Priority 2 is the implementation of state academic standards. So what is it that we're doing with our teachers to ensure that they have access to textbooks that have the most updated academic standards and frameworks, and professional development. Priority 3 is parent and family engagement. That one we use the California Parent Survey to pull out data. Priority 6 is school climate. For that one we use the Healthy Kids Survey. And priority 7 is access to a broad course of study. And for this one, we interview principals and they provide the feedback. The actual presentation has various pieces of data. So what I did is I'm going to be presenting on each one of these priorities and then a summary of what those results are. But if you want to go further in, you can actually pull the data for every single item. The way we are evaluated is we have to upload this information. If we upload it on time, which is by July 31 of this year, it would consider met. So there's no giving it a color, which if it's red or yellow. Is you upload it, you meet it. If you don't upload it by that date, it's considered not met. And if you don't do it 2 years in a row, it's considered not met for 2 or more years. And at that point, the state can come back and let us know, provide support for them not uploading it by the deadline. So priority 1, basic services or basic conditions. On the teacher side, the teacher credentials, and this is provided directly by the state. A few years ago, we had to provide this. Now it's automatically uploaded by them. It's always a couple of years behind. So according to this latest 2025 California dashboard, in 23-24, 90.3% of our teachers held a clear credential. The remaining 9.7 were teachers that were working on their credentials, whether they were interns or they had permits, or for difficult to fill positions such as special education. And I believe at this year we also had like a music position that we couldn't fill up. The second one is textbooks. Do we have core curriculum instructions? And the core curriculum is for ELA, math, social studies, and science. We actually have books for every single subject, including electives, and so that was presented to you on October 9 board meeting, showing that we have sufficiency of textbooks. And then the last one is our fit tool, which is our walkthroughs. Williams only, we only go through Williams for a specific number of schools, but part of our SARC letter and part of our presentation, we have to do a fit tool for every single school. So in 25-26, we had 98.79% of our schools that were rated good or exemplary on the facilities inspection tool, with deficiencies decreasing from 115 the previous year to 83 this year. And we did not have any extreme deficiencies reported. For priority 2, this is the one that is a survey that we sent out to teachers. So the district annually has to measure progress in implementing the State Board of Education academic standards using this reflection tool. And it uses a 5-point scale range from 1 being exploration and research phase to 5 being the maximum, full implementation and sustainability. This is given to all of our teachers via a survey, and they provide the response, and then I take the average of all the responses. So based on teacher input, results remain largely consistent with the previous year, with most areas receiving ratings of 3 or 4, indicating implementation and ongoing refinement of standards-based practices. The only notable change was a decrease in the rating for visual performing arts from a 3 to a 2, indicating that our teachers are requesting professional developments on the standards for visual performing arts. The district consistently secures the most current state-adopted instructional materials and textbooks. And we continue to work with our meta work in ELA and math at the elementary, and at the secondary, ELA, math, science, and social studies. Even though that this is our where we put our focus, we're still doing this work with every elective. So at the high school level and the secondary, we're still doing it for Spanish, and we're doing it for PE. So all of this is taking place, but the focus for the purpose of the dashboard is on only core content areas. And yes, the math framework barely came out, and yes, the ELA math framework is still pending. So teachers might feel that our books are outdated, but we have the most updated ones. As soon as we are done, I think this year, the teachers are already starting looking into the new math adoption, and we might be piloting beginning next year for the new textbooks. For priority 3, it's also another survey, and this is only for parents. We invited all of our advisory parent committees that we have, and they participated in, and we provided a presentation, and they provided feedback. The tool is also a 5-point scale, 1 being the exploration and 5 being the full implementation. So based on the input for this school year, results remain largely consistent with previous years, with most areas rated at a level 4. So reflecting strong implementation with ongoing refinement. Some of the notable changes are increases from a 3 to a 4 in the areas about related to welcoming environments for families, and in implementing teacher-family collaboration practices to support student outcomes. We did have a few decreases from a 5 to a 4, and these were noted in providing families with resources to support learning at home, and building staff and family capacity for advisory and decision-making roles, and ensuring broad input opportunities for our families, including our underrepresented groups. As part of these, they also gave us some feedback on how to improve on these items. So the district consistently offers parent trainings, providing over 3,000 trainings each year across a wide variety of topics. This includes high school presentations that they do. This includes all elementary presentations, and then district level 2. 6 is school climate, and this is where we provided the Healthy Kid Survey. So the district administered the Healthy Kid Survey in the month of February, and we received 2,547 responses. This is only given to 5th, 7th, 9th, 11th students, as well as what they named non-traditional, which is Aurora or continuation schools. On school connectedness, it remained mostly stable across all grade levels. The increases were in 7th grade from 50 to 56. And there were other small changes or no change. Some of them stayed the same, like 41 and 41% both years, which is sometimes I'm curious how it's a complete different cohort and the results come always around the same. So same perceptions, right? The caring adult relationships showed a slight overall improvement in 7th and 11th grades, while 5th and 9th grade showed a small decline. For meaningful participation, it's one of the areas that remains the lowest across all groups, and with little or no measurable improvement. So most of these remained at about 25 to 30%. So those are some of the things that we've been talking, including in last night's strategic planning meeting, our first one that we held. This came up. How do we increase connectedness and meaningful participation in our schools? The majority of our students also felt safe at school, with 5th grade responding with the highest at 71%, and our non-traditional students, which is our Aurora students, they were slightly higher at 72%. While the secondary grades remained lower but relatively stable with the previous year, so there's not major changes. Sometimes it's like 1% more or 1% less. The majority of our students do not experience bullying or cyberbullying. Most grade levels showed slight decreases or stable rates compared to last year. And higher grade levels generally tend to report lower bullying, cyberbullying than the elementary students. So we see more of that in the elementaries. The majority of the students are not engaging in substance abuse. Most secondary grades show lower or gradually increasing rates. Like I said, it's 1% or 2%. And lower grades, such as 7th grade, are reporting comparatively lower levels overall. In this case, the ones that have the highest rates are our continuation high school at 32%. And then priority 7, this is the one that's probably a little bit more wordy. Priority 7 has to do with access to a broad course of study. So they asked about what are some of the barriers, how do students get to select classes? So what are the processes that the schools have? So the way we measure it is by what the schools do to provide these services. So they use synergy, they use surveys, they use counseling supports, they do outreach activities, and student programs across all levels to monitor and promote equitable access. So for example, at the high school, they use course offerings, they do surveys, counselor recommendations, and placement processes. They select, some of the students at the high school select CTE fair offerings. They look at dual enrollment courses, A through G, and so forth. At the junior highs, for some of the electives, they have applications that students have to do or interviews, such as like AVID, for example. And in addition, they also have core instruction, enrichment opportunities, and access to programs such as STEM, MESA, and music. At the elementary, all students have the core curriculum. And we now have included art, and designated ED has been there all the time. And then they do have access to makerspace. It's not an actual class, but students have access to that. Some of the barriers that were expressed, and this is by our site administration, includes improving communication with students and parents, fully implementing the CCGI platform at the secondary sites. We're there, we're trying to refine it. We also have a new, took us some time to do a 4-year plans in our synergy system. It's no longer paper-based. And we also need to increase parent involvement in course selection. We do have limited offerings due to some of our students having to take designated ELD at the junior high levels. And then at the elementary, sometimes it's just scheduling constraints. Our teachers have too many content areas that they have to teach, and so coordinating all of that work is sometimes difficult. And then this came up again, that there is a need for health and VAPA curriculum and training, and greater use of project-based learning. And some of the challenges that they expressed over the past 2 years is the constant teacher transfers between sites, and that's due to part to our declining enrollment. So we use all this information to inform the LCAP. And the areas that we want to work on this year is to continue monitoring the 4-year plan and the CCGI and bringing it down to the junior high levels, providing professional development coaching on instructional strategies and digital learning, strengthening language acquisition for English learners, increasing our enrollment in AP, CTE, and dual enrollment courses, and use data to guide professional learning. Develop equitable college and career pathways aligned to the portrait of a graduate, which you're going to see a presentation tonight. Improving parent communication based on the tool that the survey, the responses that they gave us, and start addressing some of the barriers that might be related to transportation, language, family engagement, and various student group needs. So this is the summary of my presentation. As I mentioned, the rest of the slides have the data pieces for everything that I mentioned tonight. Are there any questions?
Trustees, any questions?
Yeah, I just have one quick question.
Mhm.
On priority one, when we talk about deficiencies, those are all due to the Williams. They're all Williams related, right?
Yeah, they're willing
Because
to.
we see 115 down to 83,
Mhm.
but 83 is still a large number, but it could be something small like a leak or
Yes.
things like that, right?
Or it could be, for example, you see a lot of these in a little bit raised cement when you're on the walkways or in the playground. They're a little bit off due to the expansion of the cement. So most of them are little things like that. We don't have anything major, and so some of the things are fixable, but it took us more than a day to fix it. Some of them might already have been resolved. And I know we're still having conversations on how we can do our own work with the cement issues that we have all across our schools.
And then a second question on summary number 6. I know that we do certain grades that are selected. Why isn't it that we could do from 1st to 12th grade?
Priority, is it priority?
Yeah, the
6?
priorities, I'm sorry.
Oh, the Healthy Kid Survey?
Yeah.
So Healthy Kid Survey only targets its those grade. That's what they do. But what we do have aside from that, and we do add it in the LCAP, is our Panorama Survey. The titles don't match. So, for example, caring adult relationships, the question in Panorama might be, is there someone at your school that you can relate with? So we don't mix the data. We use both in the LCAP. But what the dashboard wants us to do is to upload one of the data pieces that we do.
Okay, I was getting
Mhm.
those two confused.
Yeah,
That's why I
but
was
you do
asking.
see them both in the LCAP.
Okay,
Mhm.
thank you.
And if I can, I'll just add as well. I just want to thank you, Mr. Ramirez, and you and the staff as well, and across the district, in the classroom and the support and everywhere. It's a lot of work here, a lot
It's a lot of
work,
data.
and a reflection of everything that's happening across the district. The good and also areas for improvement. There were some declines you mentioned, which is fine. I think it really helps us identify where we can put our time and efforts to kind of increase and support those student needs or site needs, professional development, or parent concerns, right? So I just wanted to share that. And again, it's a lot to take in. It's a lot for the district, but much appreciated.
And thank you for adding that, for saying that, because sometimes, for example, for safety, one of the things that we've heard through our different meetings that we had, sometimes when we think of safety, we all automatically think it's fights, right? A lot of our parents share concerns with safety with traffic. The majority of our parents, that's where it comes from, is that the traffic, the parents not following the rules. And so I know you also have a presentation on another initiative that we have for that. So we do look at our responses, and we do try and figure out, so what can we do to improve in all areas? All right, thank you.
Kind of following along with what Mr. Castillo said, there are areas that we need to focus on, and I know you guys are working on that. One thing that stands out for me, which makes me happy, is the statement there: the majority of students do not experience bullying or cyberbullying. The majority, so that's good news. I mean, I know it happens. Society is what it is, but that the majority of our students are saying they don't experience that. That's great, and it kind of relates back to all the work that's being the district's doing with PBIS and all these other programs that have been implemented in the last couple of years, the counselors and all the work they do. So,
yeah, the work that the sites are doing at PBIS, you can see it very evident in
Yes.
and not only in this data, but also our reduction on suspensions. We're down to, what did I say, 1.5 or 1.3, where we used to be at 5.8.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And if I could add, President Villa, just really quickly, that I just want to express my gratitude to staff, because I could say with certainty that we don't sit on feedback or on input and it's like, okay, that was great, put it away and let it collect dust. We take this to heart. We take this serious, and when we're given input or feedback, areas of growth, areas of strengths, and areas of where we could get better and we could improve on, we don't shy away from that. We embrace it. We want to do better. We're always seeking to improve. We're always seeking to do better. I'm a huge cheerleader for Calexico Unified School District. We're working hard. We're doing a lot of really good things, but we're also always saying, but we could do better. We could do more. We can improve, and we don't shy away from constructive criticism. So when we're at meetings with parents, and you could see up there over 3,000 trainings with parents, different meetings, cafecito at the district office, cafecito with safety, cafecito at the high schools, at the jury, we're having all these meetings everywhere, and we solicit community input, and we take that to heart, and we go back to the drawing board, and we look at, how can we improve in this? What can we do with this? Safety. Now we have this huge traffic safety, a huge campaign that you're going to get a little glimpse of, a little like sneak peek preview of what we've been doing with the safety, traffic safety around schools, and what we're working on that in collaboration with our city, with our school resource officer, with our safety department. So when we get input from board members, when we get input feedback from the community, from parents, we pay attention to that, and we look at it and see if there is a place to improve on, and then we move forward with a plan of action.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Jimenez, for sharing that. Okay. Anybody else? Good. All right. Thank you, Ms. Ramirez. Okay, moving on to item 2, portrait of a graduate presentation. And I think we've been working on this one for a while, huh?
Yes, and we're very excited because this actually, at the time, was all well worth it. We'll have Miss Gabby Williams, our Senior Director of College and Career Ready, and Miss Karina Montaño, our Director of Instructional Technology. And they're going to talk a little bit more about it, but this has been a couple years in the making, with a lot of committee meetings, including parents, including students, including classified employees, including certificated employees, our labor association, CACA, ACT, and this, as we're also working in our 5-year strategic planning, this will be embedded and included in part of our 5-year strategic plan. So I'm very excited to bring this to the board tonight and to our community at large. And without further ado, Ms. Williams and Ms. Montaño, the floor is yours.
Thank you, everyone. Good evening. Time flies. You said 3 years. I'm looking at Ms. Montaño saying, I can't believe, yes, 3 years. Good evening, everyone. Board members and community. Thank you for the opportunity that you're giving us to present this item tonight. It's been as mentioned, a 3-year item, and we're very proud of it. My name is Gabby Williams, and I'm Senior Director of College and Career Readiness, and my partner in crime.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Jimenez, and everyone here today. We're very excited to get this today going, and we can't wait for what's coming up next.
Thank you. So moving on to our first item, I'm going to keep an eye here on our time. Can I lower this? Because
Yes.
I feel like
Yes, you may.
a little too short. Oh, there we go. A little bit better. All right. So so today we're bringing the portrait of the graduate to our board and to our community. And by the end of today's presentation, the board is going to be asked to take action to officially adopt our portrait of the graduate. And before we get to that recommendation, we're here to walk you through the work, the voices, the process, the evidence that took place for these 3 years. Approximately 3 years ago, I do remember Mr. Jimenez called me in and said, this is at the heart of your focus, of your work, and we need to build and create a portrait of the graduate for our district. Coming from the high school and our recent beautiful graduation, one of the fundamental questions that came about and is still, in our minds is, when a student walks that stage, and we all can relate to that just a few weeks ago, what do we want them to be? Who do we want them, to become? What should they know? That was sort of the reflecting questions. What should they know? What skills should they have? Where are they headed, right? Are they going to be successful or not? And so at the heart of our work, we kept these questions in our discussions, focus at the end, on that graduation stage. So that question launched this multi-year process that has been one that has been structured, inclusive, and it has been grounded on data. And if we can move on to our first slide. Oh, here. I have to do it. Eddie. I thought Eddie was going to do it. I'm kidding. All right, so how did we get here, this 3-year process? Our year one, our priority was to just get organized and get grounded, sort of a brainstorming year. We established that year a Portrait of the Graduate Committee, which I do want to say every year it evolved and we rotated and some stakeholders came and some went. But it was that first year foundation that obviously we needed a committee, a cross-functional group that included all of our stakeholders from parents and students, classified administrators, counselors were at the heart of this work as well. And so together we defined the scope and these guiding questions for this work. And we took the time to look backward because as many of you know or have heard or remember being part of the process, the district had created a Portrait of the Graduate some years ago. And so that was very important to us to bring that work back and refine it and take it from there. Continue rather than to start from scratch. Our year two, we focused heavily on research and on data. And our committee reviewed current academic literature, on graduate competencies throughout the nation. Our 21st century skills were a topic of our conversation in our meetings. We also examined local and regional labor market data. We consulted with our local college partners, San Diego State Imperial Valley Campus and Imperial Valley College, in order to understand what were the colleges looking for in terms of student attributes, student skills, student competencies. We also work closely with IVROP in order to gather a lot of data, labor market data. And as also we benchmark against other districts. What do other districts have as Portrait of the Graduates? We wonder how they came up with these. And so we looked at their communities and their attributes, and we, kind of identify certain patterns or not. Maybe there was another, I know we shared certain districts in other states from, Kansas, Alabama to California, what was out there nationwide in terms of a Portrait of the Graduate. And then year three, listening and just kind of refining and synthesizing and trying to bring everything together. We continue with stakeholder listening sessions. We engage our students, our parents, again, our administrators, community partners, and we took all of that input and start putting it all into place. Who was at the table? One of the things that we're very proud of this process is that we had an open invitation for everyone and as many voices that we could have at the table. So the Portrait of the Graduate was not something that we just wrote. We made sure, one of the things Ms. Montaño shared with me year one is like, this cannot be a poster just on the wall. This cannot be a check mark. This cannot be just another check in the box. We have to be very careful how we go about it. And so during this process, we made sure to include all our students, which that was a very fun, the most fun component for me. To be able to engage with kids and ask them, what skills do you think you need in the future? We had some very interesting conversations with elementary, junior high kids are so vocal, and then you go to the high school, well, I don't know, I'm not sure, I don't know. I was like, what happened? What is happening here? But we asked students, what do you wish school can do to prepare you for college, for a career? What kind of life do you want to have? And so we engage in those conversations, and I do want to give kudos to Ms. Montaño for leading these exciting conversations at the elementary level. I was a little rough around the edges, but she came in to save the day and did an amazing job with our elementary students. We also held some community listening sessions with our parents and families, stopped by and dropped at some cafecitos at schools. We also invited and received input from district and site leaders. We included employers and industry. And again, kudos to IVRP for helping us in this process and gathering so much data and just, allowing us to bring that research and information to our committee. our higher education partners as well. And in terms of district data, we looked at our past strategic plans, our prior community work. Again, our past portrait of the graduate was there, and that's something we brought to our committee and to our stakeholders throughout the entire process many times. Our counseling staff, classified, certificated, we again made sure to include all of our stakeholders in our community. At the end, what did the data share with us? We examined data from industries, local industries, San Diego industries, occupations. What are the most, exciting and popular job and demands that don't even exist? We had to dig into that. Trying to communicate something that doesn't exist right now, from skills to jobs, and try to engage in those meaningful conversations with the committee in our region. And then it's like, well, if it's not in our region, what about kids that leave the state, right? They go to private universities, or, kids that go and pursue a career. So it wasn't just local or just San Diego, but we tried to capture what was going on nationwide in terms of jobs and skills, and in terms of colleges as well. The labor market data confirms something we heard directly from local employers, that what do we know? That technical knowledge is not everything, right? Well, they want the soft skills. They want, of course, employers want more, the more prepared our students are. So across industries, employers are asking our graduates to communicate clearly, to be able to solve problems that they haven't even seen, and problems that we don't even know about, but they're going to come up. So that problem solver mentality was key. It kept coming up and kept coming up. And these are not just your soft skills again, but these skills that according to employers and according to colleges are going to determine, is our graduate going to be able to succeed? Is our graduate going to be able to be resilient through challenges and communicate, issues through the workforce, through the college environment? So when we stepped back and we looked at all of the data together, and then including with our academic outcomes, how are students performing, we looked at panorama data, we looked at SBAC, we looked at clearinghouse. And if you're familiar with National Clearinghouse data, it allows us to follow cohorts graduated 2015, 2016. So we did follow the 2016 class. Where are they now? How many of them went to IVC? How many of them went to CSUs, UCs? What's going on? And that data does allow, and it gives us a glimpse of how many of them dropped out, how many of them went to IVC and did not transfer, or how many of them did transfer to a four-year university. So it's really interesting, and it goes on and on for so many pages, but it's a really interesting glimpse that we're able to see specific Calexico High School graduates. Where are they now? And we were doing that in 2023, 2024 for the class of 2016. And so, kind of get a picture. And you could see a pattern, you could see a trend if you look at 2014 or 2015 data, again, for the National Clearinghouse. So we looked at, again, our in-house data, grades. We looked at A through G, graduation rate, of course, attendance, suspension rate, our kids connecting to our schools, to the school culture. And also, so once we looked at all of that, including our mental health, I apologize for the typo there, character building benchmarks and the services and programs that we offer, what kept coming up is what we see here on the side is colleges and employers really value communication. That is actually ranked a #1 nationwide in the state and in colleges. Colleges want kids that can speak and write, read English. And so communication is listed as #1 skill. And then at the labor market, we were able to see that communication is ranked #2. So also pretty up there. Can an employee write a report to their supervisor? Can an employee communicate with their supervisor, whatever situation it is? We even discussed certain careers, like which one would not require communication unless I think we discussed unless you're at home, like maybe esports or something on the computer on your own, but you do have, the majority of our jobs wherever field you go, you have to report to someone. You have to communicate, teamwork. So communication was very key, very visible during once we started narrowing down and saying, okay, what is our colleges, the labor market, and then what is our community valuing here for our kids as a English learner. Community communication as well, was ranked one at the top. And so effective communication, written and verbal, critical thinking, problem solving, collaboration and teamwork, ranked nationwide top 5 at college level as well. They expect students and employees to be able to work with a team, to be able to adapt, that resilience, and then civic responsibility, honesty, integrity, and so forth. And then based on our community input, and we had to work with parents. I know I was always saying, as a parent, we want our child, our own kid right at home to have 100 attributes, right? Not just 4, not just 5 or 6, but as a school district, as a community of Calexico, we are going to make a commitment to these 4. It doesn't mean that we don't teach and we don't guide our students in other attributes, but we're all going to speak the same language when it comes to these 4. And so integrity, communication, critical thinking, growth mindset, resilience, sense of belonging to our community was a big value discussed in our committee. And this is a little bit of what the data told us that led to.
Okay, so from discussion to reality, right? When Mr. Jimenez and Ms. Ramirez asked me if I could work with this alongside with Ms. Williams, I said, yeah, this is a very important initiative for me. I was part of the original cohort with Mr. Padilla, so we had already done a lot of background search and listened to some authors and presentations, and I think a lot of us here were part of that. And it was through the pandemic, so we did a lot of Zoom calls and a lot of meetings through Zoom, so I was already invested in this. So for me to jump into this process was just, ideal. When speaking about vision to reality, we went through a very detailed process with the committee. It was a lot of conversations. It was a lot of stories told of our own. We're working with classified and certificated both, so we were able to see the roles and different views. And everybody was willing to share their input and what their feelings were. And they also brought their own experience as parents, as Ms. Williams just mentioned. This is the committee team. The committee has changed a bit in the past couple of years because of the movement of the staff, or some that that didn't return to the district. But not always was everybody there. We had some people coming in and out. But for most of the time, our meetings were very productive. We had a lot of conversations. We had a lot of different activities where they met with different groups, different topics, a lot of share outs. After every meeting, the committee would respond to a feedback form for us, and we would end up just voting on their top. I believe at first it was the top 10 attributes and competencies, and as we went through the meetings, we started reducing those competencies and attributes. We had a lot of discussions. I think throughout the first 2 years, Ms. Williams and I thought, okay, these are the ones that are probably going to stay. The only attribute that we saw there staying the whole time was communication, as Ms. Williams just mentioned. Communication was always just up there, number 1, never left the list. But to our surprise, in the last meetings right before the voting, after some conversations and some Socratic circles, we started just talking about, this is what really matters to us. What does it matter for our students? What matters for our students to leave with when they leave Calexico High School, when they go out to the real world and they come back and provide to the community? But when they're out there, we want them to succeed. We want them to be able to communicate, to be great members to society. We want them to have integrity, to be resilient, right? A lot of our students, when they don't practice resilience enough, they leave, and at the very first time they make a mistake, they want to come back home, to the parents. So it's so important that they're seeing this with us now before we send them out to the real world, right? So this was a shared vision, a collective, very much a collective effort. I think some of the attributes that Ms. Williams and I really cared for didn't even make it on the list, but we're okay with that. And it was developed through the collaboration of the expertise and dedications of educators representing schools, departments across the Calexico Unified School District. So it was just a great process that we took them through. We're very grateful to the committee. They gave up a lot of their time, a lot of their effort, hard work. They worked throughout the whole time they were there with us. So we're just grateful that they were part of this. And also, I think most importantly for me, that they were really, dedicated to it. It wasn't just a committee to be a committee. The people that were there were really dedicated to this, and they really cared about the work that we were doing. And I think the reason for that was because from the very beginning, Ms. Williams did a really good job at setting up the scene, right? She brought into the committee meetings a lot of data, a lot of speakers, a lot of secondary, university members, and we brought in a lot of language from the students themselves. So I think with that, our committee had that buy-in of like, okay, you know what, this really matters. This is important work for us. And in reality, the portrait of a graduate, the attributes that you see, you're going to see them across all of our systems across our district. They're there, right? And we know they're all important, probably even more than these. However, we really need to focus on the intentionality of having these in the classroom, right? Of having time to teach them in the classroom, to create opportunities for our students to practice these, right? And to know really what they are. So again, we're very grateful. Thank you to everybody. There's a lot of members here from the committee, and a lot of our other members that are counselors and teachers and classified are not here today, but hopefully they're listening to this message. A special recognition goes to our two very important district talents that were part of this. I don't think we could have done the work without them. At first, we weren't sure about how do we go about forming the image of this poster, right? Because we wanted everyone to connect with it, not just our district community, but also our outside community, our businesses, our members out there, our families. And we went back and forth with the committee. What do we want on our poster? Because the former poster was more of an artistic design from one of our students. So at the very beginning, our committee members said, no, we want something more professional, more maybe a photograph. And so in speaking with our leadership, we said, well, why not Mr. Rodriguez, who's a fantastic photographer, and that's his passion. And I know he's taught that class in the past. So I know that Mr. Rodriguez was, right on board. And we took the day we first collected students from all the schools, from TK to 12th grade. We had a very good amount of different grade level spans. And then we went around taking pictures in different locations. We also had a photo shoot here at our district with the kids, and they all dressed up as graduates. So it was a really nice experience seeing them go through that. Excuse me. So Mr. Rodriguez played a very important role in our image and our poster photograph. And then from there is when the poster itself, the design of it started forming, right? Once we had something going, we said, okay, we need something a little bit more professional looking, more, we're missing a design here. And so we reached out to Mr. Erasmo Sayas, who's our art and graphic designer teacher. He's also very talented. And he said, yes, of course, I'll help you with that. I'd love to be part of it as well. So we probably met with Mr. Sayas maybe for like a whole year, back and forth with just tweaking things here and there, taking the poster back to the committee, making some changes. Through this process, it was when the committee decided, Ms. Montaño, they said we're thinking that what might work best is that we have two posters, one for elementary and one for secondary. So we were a little bit surprised about that. We said, two posters. It's actually a really good idea. And they said, because we really don't want this to be just a poster on the wall. We want our kindergartens to connect with this. We want our TK kids. We want our sixth graders. We don't know if they're going to connect to this type of poster, right? So that's when the conversation started of like, maybe we do need two posters, right? So sure enough, we were able to go back to Mr. Sayas and say, can you make something more for our littles, for our kids in elementary? So he got right back to work, and he did. He came up with a great poster, and you'll see it in just a minute. And we also worked with that one a few times. We were going back and forth until we finally got what we wanted. Here you're seeing the 4 competencies, core competencies that we ended up with. It was a lot of voting, a lot of conversations. We didn't take it lightly. We brought it back over and over and over again. We did go from 6 competencies to 4. We were a little bit surprised that the committee wanted 4, but they had their reasons, their reasoning, and we understood. The process was there, and so their voice was important, and we went with what they wanted. And at the end of the day, we ended with these 4 competencies, which is communication, resilience, critical thinking, and integrity. So this was our first elementary poster that that Mr. Sayas helped us design. As you can see, it's more cartoonish-like. Most importantly, it's an I statement type of wording. There was a lot of feedback going into this poster. The committee asked that we add, cartoon-like graphics, icons at the beginning of the descriptors. We went back and forth on the descriptors. That was probably a whole day of conversations with descriptors. What does it look like to be a great communicator? What does it look like to have integrity, or to have a critical thinking, and to have resilience? And then also, I don't recall who it was, which we thought was a great idea, was to add a QR code, where I believe that was Mr. Sayas himself, by the way. So you should add a QR code here so that you can connect to this and have anybody that's out there that sees this poster log in and see, what is this poster about. So we now have a connection to one of our district links on our website. They'll be able to get a picture of that QR code, and they'll be able to see some of the videos and work that's gone into this type of initiative. So we're very excited about it. We were very careful with the wording. We made sure that the wording was something that the students understood, that they could connect with, that it was something that they would be able to learn in the classroom and would be able to apply it once they learned it. So this is our elementary poster. This is our secondary poster. The poster for the secondary, we kept the original picture of what Mr. Rodriguez took. This was a very interesting experience, walking us through the fields. We took our students with us. There was about 15 students, and it was a lot of fun. The students knew why they were there. It was important to them. It was also very important to the parents. We're very grateful for the parents that allowed us to bring our students with us. And we drove around looking for the location, because we had already had a list of locations in Calexico that we felt represented our community. But this was the spot that Mr. Rodriguez found, and he said, you know what, this is perfect. It's our fields that represent our agricultural. It's our Mount Signal that's there. It's our our deserts. So we said, okay, this is what it is. And so this was a perfect picture for us. This was actually one of the last pictures when the students threw their cap up in the air. And so we didn't know how beautiful it was going to be until we saw it in the actual photograph. Another thing that I want to bring to your attention is that we also focus a lot on the language here, on the descriptors. There was a lot of language that the committee focused on and said, we need to make sure that we're very careful with the wording that we use. We don't want anything sounding too negative. Like, for example, I recall that in the competency of resilience, the word setback was there. And we didn't catch that ourselves. But a few of our teachers and counselors said, that's not a very positive word. Having a setback, right? It's falling back on yourself. And, what else can we say, or how can we state it so that setback is not a descriptor up there? And we say, okay, you're right. So we kind of, we reflected on it, and we brought back a lot of different language. And then we ended up with the last words, which is embracing growth, right? Embracing growth. So, again, we were very careful with the descriptors. It was practically a day of work, making sure that we heard what the committee was saying and their collective vision and voice to this. And so we did a lot of surveys. We did a lot of poster makings, and you're going to see a little bit about that at the end right now in a video. A lot of conversations went back on this, and so we were happy with the end in mind. So this is our poster. So now we're going to show you a video of a little bit of the work that we did through the time, and then what it means, or what we see in our students already showing it with these types of competencies.
advocate for herself. So yes, she wants to help her parents, but she needs to have that discussion with
yourself. If someone says no, you have to continue doing it. One quote that I use every year at the beginning of the school year, and it's a very popular quote, and I share with my students, and I share.
Yes. For communication, communicator, integrity, resilience.
Skills, traits, and mindsets the students need to succeed. This was our second.
Aging qualities.
Okay, okay.
Very nice. You use Play-Doh for that? Yes. Very nice.
Well, thank you so much, Aitana. I love it. Good job. Did you enjoy working on this?
Para ustedes es la clase y el club de las escuelas. Algo que preguntas estamos aquí para ayudarlos a los adultos y para los niños también. Les queremos mostrar lo que estamos haciendo.
So watching the video just reminded me of the opportunities that we offer our students here at the district. We have so many initiatives and systems in place that where students are already practicing all these attributes. So it wasn't too hard for me to find all these. It wasn't hard for us to find all these videos and images because we're already doing a lot of the work. Now we just need to make sure that our students know what they are, right? As you saw in the video, there was a lot of parent input. We didn't think that the parents were going to be as interested in this topic as they were, and they had a lot to say. They had a lot to say. They had a lot of concerns in terms of the resilience of their children and how they see their kids that they might not have that at home, and so they were very happy to hear that we're focusing on these types of attributes. The students, like Mrs. Williams mentioned earlier, especially the junior high kids in the elementary, they were very vocal, very specific in what they wanted to learn, and we were very surprised to hear a lot of their chosen attributes. They talked a lot about financial literacy, about wanting to be a better communicator. That's one thing that students don't know, that communication just doesn't come in one phase. It comes in many roles, right? That's why I posted those videos, because you have students who are speaking to an audience, who are speaking within themselves, who are speaking with in small groups, and so those are all things that our students need to practice. So providing these events and systems that we have in place, I think that we're all doing a great job. So what's next for our Portrait of a Graduate pathway? We are bringing it to life. This upcoming year, we're going to be focusing on what does it look like in the classroom? What does it look like in the school, in our district, in our community, right? So we want to make sure that we're training our teachers and our staff and our sites on what it is. Making sure that we are making connections with all of these attributes that we have chosen. And also, one thing that Ms. Williams and I were talking about earlier is that a lot of these attributes are already in our PBIS, in our MTSS, in our daily systems that we already have in place. So it's not going to be too hard. It's not something new that's going to be added onto the sites, right? It's just connecting, making the connection of the importance of these attributes, and just being very intentional and making sure that we're teaching our students about these competencies, right, in the classroom. Let's see. And also an ongoing reflection of what we're doing. Just keep reflecting on the work and keep reflecting on how to make this better. We know that this is going to be big, and we know that it's going to be in all of the classrooms and school sites. So we want to make sure that, like Ms. Williams said earlier, it's not just a poster. That is something that is looked at, and that students know that it's important, and that's something that they're walking towards as they get to their graduation in high school. And again, thank you so much for all your support. We couldn't do this without our district and superintendent and board of trustees support. It's a very important initiative that we are looking forward to grow with. And together we're going to be preparing our students to graduate and to be successful in college life and their future ready. Thank you so much. Any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Montaño, Ms. Williams. This work, great presentation, by the way, but this work is so important. Very, it's at the heart of what we do right here in Calexico. It's about, getting our kids ready for the future. It was a phrase there, our kids have dreams and hopes, and it's our job to give them those skills and prepare them so they can reach those dreams and hopes they have, make it a reality. It helps everybody bring clarity, focus, and this is what our purpose, right? That's why we exist in this district. That's why we all have jobs here, to make things like this, a reality for our students, So thank you. Great work, and thanks to everybody that was on the committee, the list that was up here. A lot of people to mention, but Ms. Gamboa, I saw your name up there. Thank you, and everybody. Mr. Joshua, I saw your name up there too. So thank you. Thank you so much.
A lot of people.
Yeah. Trustees?
I would like to add, it's very inspirational, very motivational. And it's wonderful to see how this embraces from TK all the way to the seniors. I love to see how you collected feedback from everyone out there. The employers, that's wonderful. Speaking from the employer's perspective, it's hard to find people with these skills, with these attributes. So to focus on preparing our very own for the real world out there, it's wonderful to see. Thank you so much to everyone who put their time and effort and dedication and passion into this.
Just a couple comments. Great poster, by the way. My daughter's in one of the pictures, so I have to make sure that I say that, right. Great poster. I love, for me, not only because my daughter's there, but just having Mount Signal in the back, the fields, everything. I take the drive to South Central to work every day, and with no music, it's probably one of the weirdest things that you'll hear me say, but no music, but I just enjoy seeing that the view. So for me, and the fact that you made it into something a little bit more for kids was a great idea. The other comment I want to make, I just want to thank all of you. A few months back, we were in a training, and it was late in the evening, and Mr. Jimenez, something about something related to portrait of a graduate came up, and Mr. Jimenez, always thinking about work, pulls his phone out, and calls Miss Williams. Yes, I remember. So I said, you know what? I'm glad I'm not the only one that does that, but you answered right away. So I just want to thank you for that. So.
And then I called Karina. Because she has the files, you know.
But it just shows a commitment, right? It's not just 8 to 5. It's all year, and with Mr. Jimenez, it's 24/7. Because he'll text us all times a day, so it's all business with Mr. Jimenez. Thank you, Mr. Jimenez, as well.
Yeah, no, just I think you took the opportunity. It's taken 3 years, right?
Yes.
And it's been quite some time to be able to deconstruct something that was already pre-built, and then you coming in with your notions, and then being vulnerable enough to say, "Oh, our stuff didn't quite fit," because they're looking at this in a futuristic way, in a sense, right? And being able to take that opportunity to make sure that we had the number of parents that we had, the number of students, you know, the faculty, you know, and just ensuring that we're moving towards the right direction. And I think that your portrait does that. Thank you, guys.
And I'll add as well, ditto on all comments said as well, very powerful. But my thing I just want to share as well, you know, it's been a journey to get to this point, a lot of work, and we thank everybody for that. And I think what's exciting now is to look at what's next. You know, this is a journey of 3 years. What is it going to look like from this point on? You know, we have action tonight on this, but it'll be exciting to see where this goes, how we take it out, how we incorporate it, how it's assimilated into our district, and the impact that it will have on students, you know, moving forward. So exciting is going to be the future.
Ongoing, continuous connections, you know, that's what we're hoping to. This really connects to everything that we do. We don't want this to feel like, oh, something new, you know, something new, and then what is it going to be next year? But just, you know, making that our effort will be on making those connections along with everybody.
I also see it like a life. It's a life poster for me. It's going to be ongoing, and hopefully in the next years, maybe not change somehow, but just a life poster where it's kept alive all the time, and it's not just hanging on a wall collecting.
And President Avina, if I could add a little bit of gotta add my 2 cents into this. So a couple years ago, Ms. Williams and Ms. Montaño came to my office and said, "Mr. Jimenez, we have this idea. You know, there's a consultant out there in the world, right? You know, that we could hire and that could help us create our portrait of the graduate." And as you know, consultants are great, and sometimes getting people from the outside or from the wherever, you know, that they could be very, very helpful. However, for this, you guys are going to do a way better job than any consultant is going to be able to do. You guys are going to produce the quality of work that we're looking for, because you guys are Calexico, right? We're talking about portrait of a Calexico graduate, portrait of our kids that go through our elementary, junior high, and high schools. And that's who you guys are, our committee members, Ms. Gamboa, Ms., you know, other people who participate in the committee, Mr. Moreno, Ms. Elisa Ramirez, other people who were there. You guys are Calexico, right? This is Calexico, so there's no better voice in the room. There's no better facilitators. There's no better guides and leaders of this process than us, right? Than our staff, our students, our parents. So I'm not against consultants. Sometimes I want consultants, and we need consultants, but not on this one. We're going to do it, and you guys we're going to be extremely proud of the work that you guys did. And after, like, the video, kind of like putting it all together and went through the process, I was about to stand up and give a standing ovation. I thought I was watching a movie, and I was like, a great movie, right? And so I wasn't able to make all the meetings, but at one of the meetings that happened to be after it was the annual convening of the IVROP CTE meeting at IVC. And here I was, I think it was my second year here in Calexico, and they had different industries, right? And one of the industries was agriculture. So here's this, you know, big city guy, right? For the first time in his life in a farming community and an agricultural community. So I picked that one, right? I was, so let me go see what this is all about. What is FFA, right? What is this farming agriculture stuff? And so there was 2 farmers there who owned between Imperial Valley and the Central Coast owned thousands and thousands and thousands of acres of agricultural business that was handed down by their grandpa to their dads, to them, and this was a generational family business. And there was actually an inspector from the U.S. Department of Weights and Measures who inspects work on agricultural fields, who actually happens to be a Calexico High School graduate. And so the audience was talking about the hard skills, right? What do they need? Algebra? Do they need geometry? Do they need biology? Like we were talking about the academic skills, and they were answering those questions. And at one point, they stopped everybody and said, "Hold on, guys, hold on. That's important, right? To have some type of a basic level of skills and abilities to academic type. Those are important, but we'll got to tell you guys something. What's even more, like, we'll train that. We'll hire a person and we'll train that, right? Though, because no matter what school they go to or what's their degree, they're not going to know everything about what we do on the farm, right? So we'll train what they have to do. What we're seeing now that's even more important than that for us is the soft skills, right? The determination, the teamwork, the work ethic, the responsibility, the communication skills, the thinking outside of the box, the being a problem solver, all those. So the meeting that I went to right after that for the Portrait of Graduate, they were talking about the soft skills, and they were talking about the soft skills that these two gentlemen from an industry, from a business sector, and this inspector from the U.S. Department of Weights and Measures were also talking about in two completely different meetings, different times, different places. And I said, we're on the right track with this. We're in the right, going down the right path with this, because that's what the industry is also saying of the type of a portrait of a graduate that they're looking for, when they hire people. So I just want to thank Ms. Williams and Ms. Montaño for answering my phone calls when I call them, and not saying, "Oh my God, there he is! Don't answer." But a great job, guys. I'm very, very proud of the work that you guys did, and it's just second to none. Quality work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And Mr. Jimenez, I think you also deserve credit yourself, because of course, they need the leader to guide and support everybody in doing this work. I remember this work kind of started maybe like 3 superintendents ago. I was here when we started some of it. For whatever reason, it kind of stopped. Good work was started, and it kind of stayed there. And then, things happen, right? Mm-hmm. COVID happened, but now it followed through, and it was completed. Mm-hmm. And like Mr. Castillo said, now the next step. So I'm super happy that we have this has been completed, right? So it's kind of like the end, but it's the beginning at the same time.
Sure.
Right? So thank you, Mr. Jimenez, for making sure that this took place and you supported your staff.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to add, if I may, real quick, a big kudos to Ms. Ramirez Elisa. Did she leave? Oh, because really that picture came from her inspiration. When we were talking about the picture, she said, "Hold on, let me show you landmarks." And when she showed me that, and I don't remember if Karina was there or not, but it's like, oh my God, remember you're showing pictures of fields and mountains and so forth, and that's where the idea then, do we go to 2nd Street? Do we go to the fields? Do we go to the canals? Do we go to
the water
here?
Tower?
Yes.
So there's a water tower. Where's the water tower?
So there is this, the water tower. Yeah. So there's a story behind that picture, and Elisa had a significant part of that input and feedback. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Moving on to item 3, school traffic safety presentation. We have...
Thank you, President Avina. Greatly appreciated. So now it's my honor to present tonight to our school board of trustees and our community our safety team. So tonight, providing this presentation on school traffic safety is Ms. Edith Pimentel, our secretary in the safety department, who's responsible for a lot of the graphics and the trifolds and bifolds and flyers and a lot of this work that's taking taking place. Also, our wonderful, awesome SRO officer, school resource officer, Officer Vega, who's going to be helping co-presenting, and our director of school safety, who is a little bit hurt, but he's doing great. He's doing better now on crutches, but he's a true trooper. He's here joining us, but he's also here, Mr. Jorge Hernandez. So without further ado, team, it's all yours.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. I'm Edith Pimentel. I am the Administrative Assistant for the Safety and MTSS Department, and this is...
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Mr. Jimenez, and members of the public. I'm Officer Miriam Vega. I'm the current School Resource Officer, and we're gonna continue with our presentation.
Yeah. First of all, we want to thank you for allowing us to show you our progress with the traffic campaign. We've had collaborative efforts with our City of Calexico, our law enforcement partners, our families here who have been amazing, and different departments in the Calexico Unified School District.
Okay, so don't mind my notes. I just want to make sure that we have all the information to provide. So our Calexico Unified School District, our city, including our Calexico Police Department, and we're asking our community to join us well for the sole purpose of a safer tomorrow. Our city and our PD is committed to enforce traffic laws and engage with our community by providing presentations and educating our community. I'm aware that our district is committed to educating our students and promoting our campaign. And we are asking our community to join us by reporting and being accountable as well. Coming together and sharing sharing the responsibility can address and reduce our traffic issues. Remember that it's to improve and to prevent. Like Mr. Jimenez said, if a problem arises, let's address it and let's target it.
So if I could just share what that picture was of Miss Gamboa. Miss Gamboa getting a pretend ticket. It wasn't a real ticket. It was
good.
It was a pretend ticket, but she was being a team player, and it's part of our video that the team is producing. That's going to be an educational video on slow down around schools, obey traffic laws, the crosswalk, traffic signals, and so our team here recruited people to come out in the video and to convey the message.
I was an appraiser because I'd never seen anyone give us a thumbs up when they get a ticket. So.
How are we doing this? We're engaging our families through our education as educators here and as the District of Calexico.
Edith, can you go to the mics just so it could be heard on the video?
We are trying to provide the tools, which would be trifolds, posters, informational flyers that we can send home, social media awareness, and we want to see if we can begin kind of like safety patrol just for our older kids so that it can be student-led and they can also give messages to the community. So our message, safety starts with us. Students, families, and staffs are the heart of the campaign and the most powerful voices for change. This would be our students as safety ambassadors. We see that peer-to-peer messages or when they give presentations, it resonates more with the families, with their peers. So we want to make sure that we involve them. These students were really happy to be out there. It was so hot, and they were ready to jump in. They wanted to know more. When is this happening? And that's where the idea came from, because they had so many questions on how can I participate more than just being in the video. and our traffic safety music video. We wouldn't have been able to do this without the participation from our Calexico Unified School District staff, our families who were amazing. They were out there in the heat 2 days. And it's a fun, engaging video that, you know, it's going to be unique to Calexico. It's going to be memorable. I think everyone is going to have a great time watching it once we are completed. We have the first draft to show you. Again, it's not in order, but we want to go ahead and give you a little taste of what it looks like. If you can help us, Victor, with the video. Here we go. We see Ms. Gamboa coming up, speeding where she's not supposed to speed. We have Officer Mario, who helped out, came out with the new motorcycles. Is there audio?
Honey, your license, registration, and proof of insurance, please. Okay, so here we go. And please slow down next time.
I will be very careful on this.
And then she gives her thumbs up.
And Officer Vega, is that the new Calexico PD motorcycle?
This song is original to Calexico. It was written for Calexico, for our police officers, for our parents, and for our students. We had parents in the background, by the way, just moving.
Pulling up smooth to the school front gate. Con respeto, don't be running late. No doble fila, keep it nice and clean. We protect our kids, you know what I mean. Zona roja, no parar ahí. White curve only, rápido sí. Drop and go, keep it moving right. Working juntos, we keep it tight. Slow it down, no corras hoy. En la escuela show respect.
Like I said, everyone participated, and it was awesome. One of our middle school students. And you will just have to wait to see the whole thing. Can we move next?
So the 6 pillars, are our safety campaign. This is the core of our campaign, right? Safety driving near schools, bicycle safety, crosswalk awareness, I can't say sorry. Pedestrian safety, positive community engagement. So for safety driving near schools, we are working on doing operational plans with the police department, enforcing our traffic laws, okay? It's not always gonna be something negative, so most of the time it's gonna be something more to educate our public. Bicycle safety, we're gonna continue educating our parents and students on the rules of the road, especially with e-bikes and e-scooters. We're gonna continue sharing the information and making everybody aware and accountable. We're also gonna be doing the ride your bike to school with a cop, which that's gonna be in this upcoming year. We're gonna get with the police department and do a ride to school. We're gonna be doing that for all the sites, and with that, we're gonna be doing safety routes to schools, proper equipment while riding a bicycle, and showing or teaching our students the rules of the road as well. And the goals for this campaign, obviously, it's safety, focusing on safety, engaging with youth as safety ambassadors, increasing safety, our traffic safety awareness, empowering students to lead and also reduce any problems with traffic and our current problems that we're having.
Okay, what success will look like? We know this isn't going to be an overnight campaign. We know it's going to take time. We know it's a shared effort between our community, the school district, our law enforcement partners. So what we would aim to do at the end of all this is safer school zones, stronger schools, engaged families, and pride within our community, to know that everyone is doing what they can to keep safe and make our children safe as well. We have some posters. Can I go ahead and?
Yeah, they went around.
We have some posters that we have started making. So one of them you see on my shirt as well, and all of you have a sticker. Yes, so that we can start promoting the safety. So manejar con cuidado or drive safely. And we want to go ahead and put these at the libraries, at the cafeteria, wherever they're visible, maybe at the library, here, the actual Calexico library. We have students, you know, in Calexico, in the city of Calexico. We have comics, like when we were young, you know, and they're talking amongst themselves about being safe with helmets. And some for our parents. Even though it is a cartoon, this will help so that our students can also hold their parents accountable. Hey, Mom, remember the poster? It said 25. I think we're going a little faster. So I think it's going to be awesome. It's going to be a lot of fun. And I think everyone that has helped in making this happen. We have some pictures here. We have our warehouse people who came out. They loved it. They were in the picture. We have other staff members that you'll see throughout the video once it's ready. And we just want to thank you for the opportunity to showcase.
If I could add, I know the board has some comments. Yes, good job, guys. But just so the board to put in context as well. So a couple of the next steps, because this is a collaboration and it's a partnership, and it's our slogan at the bottom is working together for a stronger community or a safer community. Calexico Unified School District and the city of Calexico. One of the things that the team is going to be doing as well is presenting this information to the police commission, which is a group of community members who represent the Calexico community in the police commission. Also, we're going to ask if we could have permission to present this at a city council meeting and present it to the city council. And so we could all work together on this, and we could, it takes a village, and yes. There's the number one priority of all of us, of everybody, the city and the district and the county and everybody is safety, right? And this is a big, a very important, task that we're undertaking. So we'll be producing 2 sets of posters for each one of our schools, so they could put them in their front office, their libraries, or their NPRs. We're also going to be producing posters and give to the city for the city library, the Kiki Camarena library. If downtown, if the town hall wants to put posters up, and just so we could get the word out. And like they said, the team is also working on pamphlets, brochures, flyers, trifolds, bifolds, providing information. Like, for example, I didn't know that certain e-bikes, after a certain speed limit, you have to have a DMV driver's license. I wasn't aware of that until not too long ago. And so there's a lot of laws out there that, of course, wearing a helmet, it's still a law, right? Minors under 16 have to wear a helmet when they're riding the bike, and we see a lot of kids that are not wearing a helmet. So there's next steps to this presentation here tonight that we're very excited in undertaking.
And a lot of it also has been meetings that we've been invited to by board trustee Mr. Castillo, who has invited us to those meetings, and we're able to hear the community as well. And like Ms. Ramirez said, also the panorama surveys and what they have there. So that's where Mr. Jimenez called us in and said, hey, let's be proactive.
And I think also the most important thing is teaching our community or letting them know what are the rules of the law, the rules of the road, and letting them know that what's legal and illegal for our kids. There's a lot of kids that travel from the port of entry, and they're not aware that they need to be 16 to ride in an e-scooter. So we're gonna be enforcing, but we're also gonna be educating them. So it's a teamwork.
All right. Trustees, any questions?
No, thank you very much for putting this forward. I think I like the video. I want to see it when it's done. But thank you for putting the work in here. I think it's all the safety that we needed.
Thank you for the presentation. Much needed. I think as a parent taking child to school, we see it and we notice how much we need a program or something like this to move forward. Like Ms. Ramirez mentioned, it is safety. When you were a kid or when I was walking to school, because we all walked to school, we all enjoyed walking to school. You didn't really think of the danger, but as a parent, for some reason, you start looking at everything, and everything's a potential danger. And we see it. I brought it up in the past. It seems like we're all in a hurry in the morning, but one split second could cost us a lot of time in places where we don't want to be at.
I think I'll just share. I just want to thank your office, all of you, and the district for taking the initiative to jump on this. It's been shared through our community about the concerns for years. The districts have been working on it, but I think more than anything, what it really highlights is the collaboration piece. Again, I think that's important, between the district, as you mentioned, Mr. Jimenez, the city, and the resources and partners we have in the community. Because it's not just for our local schools, but our city also includes the private schools that have the same issues, the county schools that have the same issues, so it's a collaborative. And I think, as we've shared the partnership where everyone can get involved, and I just want to recognize the team here for their involvement. They've been in the city meetings with the commissioners and the city planners and city mayor and city manager. They've all been involved, district's been involved, having these conversations about these next steps. But I think what we take pride is the district and initiative with this campaign is something new and could be a model to share and replicate elsewhere. So again, just thank you and looking forward to the next steps in progress.
It's great to see the different groups and agencies coming together and collaborating. That's really great. I think the community needs to see us working together for the better of the whole community. So thank you for that. Thank you for all the work that has been put together, putting together the campaign, and now we're ready to launch it. And now it's all of our responsibility to make sure that we communicate it, that we put it out there using all the means and resources possible. It's a calling for every Calexico citizen, right? So I'm committed to helping in any way that I can as a Calexico citizen. Also, I don't know if I'm just thinking out loud. I don't know if there's like a taxi committee in Calexico. Because of our geographics and because of our needs, there's a lot of taxis driving around in our city. And I know that they could use a little bit of this exposure to the campaign, but maybe bring them on board and share our passion with them and convince them to embrace it and because I know that's a big one right there. I'm sorry I'm thinking out loud, but it's reality. So maybe, I don't know, if we can somehow include them in this campaign, that would be wonderful.
I think that's a great idea, and I think in partnership with Calexico PD, because we want to be proactive, and the education piece, it's going to be very important for us, right? Educating our community about, there might be residents who don't know that when a school bus puts out their stop sign, that it's a stop on both sides of the street, right? Not just the ones on the same side of the bus, but even the ones coming in the opposite side. And a lot of people may not know that, right? So, we do have to be accountable and be responsible drivers. But we want to start off at least by providing the education, providing the information, providing the knowledge of the rules of the road, as Officer Vega said. And then if people still continue to not follow them and not comply with those rules, then then we got to have accountability. I used to know an officer in Orange County who would go to schools and talk with students and say, if I ever give your parents a traffic ticket, tell them that it's a nice ticket. So he was known as the nice ticket officer, and he would explain that I only give tickets because I want to prevent people from getting hurt. I don't want people speeding because someone could get really hurt if people are speeding. I don't want drivers passing a red light or rolling a stop sign or rolling a crosswalk when there's kids in a crosswalk because people could get really hurt. So I'm not being mean or ugly about that. I want that's a nice ticket so you, your parents, your family members, your friends, no one gets hurt, right? And so it's providing that education. He was known throughout the city as a nice ticket officer, right? So that education piece is important. He gave tickets, and he did what he had to do to keep the city safe. But there was also a big piece of education and trying to be proactive and trying to be supportive of our community, not in a punitive way, but in a supportive educational way. Yeah.
And I don't know if you guys know, but all taxi drivers have a city permit that's provided by the police department. So if you guys cross a taxi or run into a taxi that is not following the rules of the road, you guys can go ahead and take a picture of the license plate or get the number, and we'll go ahead and address the issue.
And this poster right here is really cool. I mean, they're all cool, but this is really cool. So as you guys were talking and presenting and kind of going along with what everybody's saying about the public knowing, and I was just thinking about our visitors from next door, across the border, Mexicali, or other people coming from El Centro that may not be aware of this or not be thinking about this. Maybe it'll be a good idea if we put this like on the billboards. We have one on Highway 98, the big billboard there. Then when we cross from Mexicali by the railroad tracks, there's another one. And maybe putting this up there or some of the other ones, just having them
Absolutely.
all year long.
And we're also going to blast this in all of our social media, our platforms. We got Twitter, we got Facebook, we got Instagram, and we got our websites, our school websites, our district's website.
Yeah.
So we're also going to blast this, but that's a great idea.
For those, for the folks that come from Yuma, San Diego, El Centro, Mexicali, they'll see a big billboard.
And the stickers are part of the same poster, and these are thanks to our IT department. So they went ahead and they helped us out with the merchandise and the stickers, and it's been great working with them.
But thank you. Very important work also, like the previous team that presented, the portrait of a graduate, super important work. We want kids to, be ready for, the real world, right? But they can if they're not safe. We need to make sure they're safe, and especially while they're doing our watch, right, here at the district, after school, in the morning, and throughout the years, we've had accidents where kids have been, got hurt. So I'm really happy that we're doing this. So thank you. All right. Okay. C, comments from the public. The board will take any and all comments from the public related to an item on the agenda or any other item of district business that is not on the agenda. So we have two. First, we have Ms. Gamboa, Melissa Gamboa. Please come to the podium.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Melissa Gamboa. For the past 28 years, I've had the privilege of serving the Calexico Unified District as an educator. Tonight, I'm speaking as a Calexico resident, a taxpayer, and someone who deeply cares about our students in our community. I understand that managing a school budget, district budget, is challenging, and I appreciate the difficult decisions that come with that responsibility. At the same time, I believe that when those decisions affect a people's lives, we should do everything we can to make them as carefully and accurately as possible. Earlier this year, many teachers and staff members received layoff notices. For weeks and months, they lived with the very real worry that they might not have a job. They worried about how they would support their families and whether they would lose their health benefits. That took a real emotional toll on employees and their families. Today, we're seeing some of those employees being brought back, and I'm truly happy for them. But it also makes many of us wonder if these decisions could have been made with greater accuracy and planning from the beginning. Because this isn't just about filling positions, it's about people. Behind every position is a person, a family, and a classroom. These are highly qualified educators who have dedicated themselves to our students in our community. Unfortunately, not everybody will be coming back. Some of our highly qualified teachers have already accepted positions in other districts because they needed stability for themselves and their families. Once we lose great teachers, we don't always get them back, and our students are the ones that ultimately feel that loss. I'm also concerned that relying on temporary contracts may make it harder to attract and keep highly qualified teachers. If we want Calexico to continue attracting excellent educators, we need to provide the kind of stability that encourages them to build their careers here. As taxpayers, we trust that every effort is being made to plan carefully and make the best possible decisions. I hope that moving forward, we continue improving the budgeting process so that layoffs truly become a last resort rather than a decision that later has to be reversed. I believe we all want the same thing: a strong school district, highly qualified teachers in every classroom, and the very best opportunities for our students. It takes years to build a strong school culture and a team of experienced educators. It only takes one budget cycle to lose them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Gamboa. Next, we have Candida Nunez.
Good evening. My name is Candida Nunez. I was already nervous, and then I saw you guys put the 30 minutes on there, and I got even more nervous. But the reason I'm here today is because I know that a lot of times you guys receive a lot of complaints or negative things, and today I'm here to highlight Aurora High School. I'm a parent of a student that just graduated from Aurora High School. And I see a couple of familiar faces here. Maybe just down the hall, I've seen you. May not know you, but I see faces that I know are doing a lot for Aurora. A little bit of my background: I'm a Calexico graduate. My daughter, just like I said, she just recently graduated. And I have a lot of great things to say about Aurora High School. Aurora High School had a really bad reputation before. When I had to make a decision about taking my daughter to Aurora High School, I didn't want to. I'll be very honest. Aurora High School was the bad kid school. And my daughter had a lot of anxiety. So we had to look at other schools, other options. And Aurora High School was brought up. We spoke to Dr. Teran, which was referred to us, I think, by Ms. Garcia, which is now at Aurora. And she was at Calexico High School. She was my daughter's counselor at one point. And I was so reluctant to take her to Aurora because I was like, my daughter has great grades. It's just she just has a little bit of a hard time. After the pandemic, I think a lot of kids were affected, but I was like, I don't want to take her there. Aurora is like, I know. But let me tell you something. You guys have a great staff. Mr. Lopez is doing great things there. I think a lot of kids that are suffering of anxiety or maybe other mental, or just there's a great staff there that is making, Aurora a different story. Mr. Lopez, Ms. Esquer, I have so many names to name. Ms. Fuentes, Ms. Rosas, Ms. Buchanan, Ms. Esquer. Everybody there is doing such a great job. I wish I would have known about Aurora a lot sooner because we did struggle with my daughter finding a place where she was comfortable. And when we got there, I just immediately, I was like, okay, this is the Aurora that I know. You know, they're making kids comfortable there so they can succeed, even though it's a different route, you know. There's still, I think, 99% graduated, 96, compared to the year before, which was. So I want to highlight, I know that it went off already.
Go ahead and finish, miss. Go ahead and finish.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I know that there was like a lot of graduates compared to, you know, years previous, and their attendance went up to compared to the year previous to that. I was at some of the meetings at the school, and that's why I know that. And like I said, you know, Aurora, for my family and many other families, is an answered prayer, because the situation that my daughter was in, we were lost. Like, okay, she was straight A students, and then the pandemic happened, and then, you know, my husband got sick, and it was a lot, and I think it took a toll on her, and we didn't know what to do. We were lost. Okay, let's take her to her pediatrician. Let's do this. Let's talk to this person. And it took us a little while. But, you know, one person would direct us to, you know, somebody who had a suggestion, and then we would go to that person, and then that person said, hey, until we got to Aurora. And when we got to Aurora, it was like family. It was, I could tell right away, she's going to be in a good place. They're going to look after her. And I'm actually sad that she graduated already because I developed a relationship, you know, with a lot of the people that my daughter felt like she was, you know, walking in to like one of a family member's homes, from the proctors to the people in the office, to the nurse, to the lunch lady. I mean, they know you by your name. You walk in and the kids, buenos dias, buenas tardes. It's a whole different story. I'm highlighting Aurora because I think that they're getting so very little credit. I know that you were at the graduation and you saw what, you know, Rodney Auditorium looked like. I didn't feel that my daughter lacked of not graduating from Calexico High, because that was one of the things that I was sad about. Like, okay, well, if she stays here, she's not gonna have, you know, the graduation, she's not gonna walk. They put together such a beautiful, you know, decoration. My daughter was the valedictorian, and I'm gonna get emotional. But she excelled, and I'm so sorry, I didn't want to cry. But she excelled, and her grades, you know, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. She excelled. I was afraid that because she had a little setback, you know, she was gonna suffer. Her grades were gonna suffer, and you know, she took a different road, but she still did it, you know, and it was because of the help at everybody at Aurora. Miss Morales, she takes care of, you know, the mental health department for the kids there. They have Miss Esquer, who's wonderful. They're always coming up with suggestions. They're always coming up with solutions. It's not just like, okay, well, you know, we can't help you. They take care of the kids like if it was one of their own, and they do it from their heart, and I can tell, the kids can tell. They respond so well to Mr. Lopez. There were no fights, 0 fights, and that was one of my worries. You know, I am gonna send her off to Aurora. You know, she's so shy, she's gonna come out worse out of Aurora. No, it was completely a different school. You know, I wrote some things down. They had so many field trips that my daughter wouldn't have joined if she was still at the Calexico High School, because one of the things was, Mom, it's just so overcrowded. I feel so nervous because there's so many people. She, you know, wouldn't participate in some things because she just felt too overwhelmed. But at Aurora, what they're doing for the kids there, it's working. It's working. And I want to say that if, you know, you get approached by somebody from Aurora because they have an idea,
please, support them. They really need the resources. I think that they had some of the most old technology to work with, and they still made a lot of things happen. She got to go to a play in San Diego. She got to go hiking. They did a lot of field trips where the kids were involved, and they felt very good. They felt very comfortable. My daughter's very proud to be an Eagle. I thought, okay, she's going to miss out. She's not going to be a bulldog anymore. But on the contrary, like I said, I felt so proud of her. I, got the phone call that, hey, maybe she can do the commencement speech. And I thought to myself, she's not going to want to do that. She doesn't like attention. She doesn't like to speak in public. And she surprisingly said yes. And I was like, oh my gosh, this girl, I can't tell her, go ask for a to-go plate from, because she won't stand up. She doesn't like to ask for nothing, no me miren, no me pregunten. And this girl said yes. And she did it. Miss Morales was standing, close to her. And eventually she stepped away and she was by herself. She didn't even notice. And this girl just kept going on. And I felt like, when you're a parent and you're teaching your child, to ride a bike, and they have the little wheels, and you're there, and then you let go of them, and they don't even know that you let go of them. It's just them on their own. That's how I felt when I saw her do that. So today I just want to ask for a little bit more support. I know that it's a smaller school, and I know that you guys deal with a bigger school with bigger problems, with more parents, with more, and I know that you don't get a lot of recognition for the things that are being done right. And that's why I wanted to be here today, because I can't write Aurora High School a check or their staff. I can't, buy them a new car. I can't, but I can be here today and speak on the behalf as a parent from my point of view. And I can say, honestly, thank you. Like I said, there's so many names that I don't want to leave it. Miss Serna, Miss Rosas, she did the tour for us at Aurora, and everybody had open arms for us. They explained how everything was going to be. My daughter's, really happy, and she's still going to be able to do what she had planned. And maybe, like I said, it's a different way, but you can take a different street and end up at the same place. So that's what she taught me. I was reluctant, but sí se pudo. And lastly, I just want to ask that now that I've highlighted so many of the staff members, Mr. Lopez, and I've highlighted them so much that I just want to ask you, please don't remove them from Aurora. Because I know that sometimes that happens, when they get too much credit, there's, the ideas start popping in like, oh, we should put them over here. Please don't. They were a godsend to my family, and I think they were handpicked because, believe me, I prayed so hard. I was so lost. I didn't know what I was going to do. She didn't want to go to school. And I was like, taking tours at other schools or online class. And then we got there, and like I said, it was family. I walked in, and I'm going to miss them. And that's all I have. Thank you, and más apoyo for Aurora High School. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nunez, for sharing that story. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you to the Aurora staff. Okay, any other comments, public comments? No? Okay. D, consent agenda. All items appearing will be acted upon by one motion without discussion unless any item is pulled for a separate consideration and action. I would like to motion that we approve the consent agenda, but pull item 29 for some discussion. Comments?
I'll second that motion.
Okay. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Okay. Motion passes 5-0. Mr. Jimenez, the certificated employment report. No, I noticed that we have a lot of the teachers. I think most of the teachers there, or all the teachers, are teachers that were laid off, right, at one point. and it's great to see that they're back on the list for employment. No, we're so grateful that they have that opportunity. But we do see, I see the language is a temporary contract, I believe, as a language. Can you explain a little bit more what that means and what was the selection process to get these employees on that list? Because I know we had more employees. Not everybody got to be on that list. Can you explain the process, how they got there, and what does that mean, the temporary contract?
Absolutely. Thank you, President Avina. So, as I shared with you on the night that the board approved the layoff resolution, the board initially had approved a total layoff process of, I believe it was 31 or 32 teachers who were noticed that they may be getting laid off, and that was to meet the March 15th statutory deadline that's imposed to us by law. Sometimes we understand that notifying somebody as early as February that they won't be coming back for the ensuing year, that's a long time to be thinking about it. I still got to go through February, March, April, May, June, thinking or knowing that I'm not going to may not come back the following year. But we got to comply with law, with the legal process of the layoff notices. And so then we go through the whole layoff process. We go through the whole, particular kinds of services, the credentials that we need, the credentials that we don't no longer need, and we serve the employees with notifications that they're being laid off. We also let them know what their rights are, and one of the big rights in that process is to go through a hearing with an administrative law judge, as we did. And with the administrative law judge, the employees are able to seek legal counsel through their association. The district has their legal counsel, and as I shared before, not to go over every piece, but both sides are able to explain why the layoff is necessary, why the district is seeking this layoff, and the district's responsibility to demonstrate that they followed all the procedures to the letter of the law, right? All the procedures, the district dotted their I's, crossed their T's, and if there's any place where there's a discrepancy or the district did not comply, the ALJ, who's trained in this, has got experience in this and all that sort of stuff, will pick up on that and could overturn one of the recommendations or all the recommendations. There's been cases where a district did not follow the procedures and all of the layoffs were overturned, or some of them, half of them, or one or two of them, or whatnot, right? So we went through the layoff. We went through the layoff process. We went through the hearing with the ALJ, the administrative law judge, and then finally the administrative law judge gave the final recommendation and substantiated the layoffs. I believe it was of 16 certificated teachers, if I remember correctly. There was 2 or 3 that were overturned by the judge, and the 16 were upheld by the judge, and that was the final decision that the board based it on for those 16 folks. As I shared at that time, however, from that point, which was, I believe, back in May or something like one of those board meetings, to the beginning of the next school years, a lot of things happen, right? And there's attrition, there's positions, there's grant-funded positions that we don't pay out of our general fund, but that we pay out of the revenues from those grants, right? And as those positions start becoming available, right, because we have a grant, for example, that we gotta spend by June 30th of 2027. And with that grant, if I remember correctly, I'm pretty sure this is correct, but we were able to hire 3 positions, right? 3 TOSA type of positions that could help provide support to the schools, academic, curriculum, instruction support to the schools out of that grant-funded position. And so because laid off teachers have rights for the next 39 months, right, after the layoff, so that's 3 years and 3 months, one of those rights is a right of return, right? So if a district opens a position that they qualify for, right, they have a right of return per their seniority. So when we start looking at positions that become open, and we start calling to, okay, who qualifies for this position, and if they qualify, we are required to call them for the next 39 months and say, hey, we're opening a position, we got a new grant, we're opening a position that you qualify for, do you want to take that position? And that's up to them to accept it or not accept it, right?
I'm sorry, real quick.
Yes.
Just on that, because I think
Yes.
there's some confusion out there in the
Sure.
public. But when you open the position, you don't mean that you open it to the public. You first open
Exactly.
it to those that would be in the 39-month.
Right.
If you don't fill it, then you open it to the public, correct?
Yeah, and there's different types of positions. Some that can be open to the public, and some that are first given to the layoff teacher as a right of return teacher. The practice that we have implemented in large part is, even when we do open it as an open and competitive process, is to open it to Calexico Unified first, current Calexico Unified School District teachers. Because if we have a permanent teacher, let's say I have a 20-year teacher who wasn't laid off, who doesn't have any of those issues or anything like that, and that teacher accepts a TOSA position, an outside of the classroom position, well, then that teacher opens up that vacancy that now we could open it to a laid off teacher. So it's kind of like a domino effect. Sometimes we open a grant funded position, and it's not that the laid off teacher is going to take that grant funded position. It could be a permanent teacher who applied for, interviewed, and got selected for that grant funded position, and then leaves that vacancy, and so now the laid off teacher comes in and backfills for that teacher in that English language arts or math or science class or multiple subjects elementary class or whatnot. So it's not exactly the laid off teacher that moves into the grant funded position, but it's the laid off teacher that moves into the new vacancy that was made available or possible because of the grant funded position.
And just one more question. So by the same token of your explanation right now, one of the areas when we have temporary contracts, right, if a position opens that is a regular position, a temporary employee could then interview and get into a regular scheduled type of contract, right?
Right.
And move away from that temporary contract.
Yes, and so so all this is governed by law, right? This is not even board policy. This is not something that the board could change by policy, right? That the board could say, oh, let's change our policy and do it different, right? This is under California Education Code, so it's all statute in the law, and so the law allows school districts to hire teachers under a temp contract only under two categories, right? One is a teacher who's on a long-term leave of absence. Let's say we have a teacher who's battling a serious illness, and they ask for a 1-year leave of absence, and we know they're asked for at least 1 year. They're not going to be here, right? They're going to be trying to take care of themselves, and they won't be at work for 1 year. They requested and were provided a 1 year leave of absence. The second and the only other way that a district could hire a temporary contract is to hire people. It is to backfill for people who are taking a grant-funded position. Because why? For example, right now we have 12 community school facilitators under our community school grants, right? So Calexico Unified, we were very fortunate and feel very blessed to have been provided the community school grants for all of our schools, right? That's a 5-year position. That's a 5-year grant, I'm sorry. That's a 5-year grant. So we have a lot of permanent teachers who applied for those positions and became as community school facilitators. But in 5 years, unless we get refunded, and sometimes that happens. I've seen people be on a temporary contract their whole entire year after year, their whole entire career. They're on a temporary contract for 30 years, 35 years until they retire. Now, while they're on the temporary contract, they have the same step and column increases that a regular teacher has. They have the same salary negotiated salary increases that a regular teacher has. They have the same benefits. They're accumulating CalSTRS reportable service years for their retirement. their compensation, their total compensation, everything's exactly the same, only that they are on a temporary contract position. Like I said, I've known of teachers who've served a 30-year career on a temporary contract that year after year after year it gets renewed. So in this case, for example, let's go back to the community school facilitators. That's a 5-year grant position. The assumption is that 5 years, when that grant is over, that money goes away, right? That grant, those teachers who already had 20, 25 years in, they had right of return back to the classroom, right? They don't get laid off because there's no more money, right? They go back to the classroom. So that's why, the state statute says if you're backfilling for a person who's on a long-term leave of absence, or you're backfilling for a person who moved into a grant-funded position, the idea is that that person who's on a long-term leave of absence, let's say they had requested a 1-year leave of absence, they're going to come back, right? The hope is that they come back after their 1-year leave of absence, right? So what do you do with the person who backfilled for them? Well, if you hired a permanent teacher who backfilled for them, well, guess what you got to do now? Now you have to go through the layoff process to lay off that teacher, right? Because the teacher who's coming back for the 10, 15, 20, 30-year teacher, who, their permanent teacher who was in that position is now coming back, has right of return over the new teacher that just started, right, that just came in. So those are the two categories that the state of California, the California Department of Ed, under Education Code allows school districts to hire temp contracts. And now a lot of times what happens is someone might be on a temp contract for a year, 2, 3, 4, 5 years, and they ended up becoming permanent, right? What happens? There's attrition. The teacher who was in that grant-funded position retired, right? Someone else resigned, and they are able to move into another position, and they move from a temp contract position into a permanent position, right? Or they might, that you could do, let's say, a few years of a temp contract position, and you go into a permanent position on a probationary contract. You don't start as probationary 1, you start as probationary 2, and then you finish your first year as a probationary 2 a teacher, and then your next year you're tenured, right? You're permanent. So a lot of the teachers that may be returned back, which we're really excited about, which we feel good about that, right? We feel good. These are not teachers that are coming back that are utilizing the same general fund revenues that were being used prior. These are teachers that are coming back to backfill for a grant-funded position. Might not be the grant-funded position, but it's a domino effect, but to backfill for either a grant position or a teacher who took a grant-funded position and vacated their position, but they are brought back as a temp contract, because when those teachers return from their grant-funded position after the grant expires, it could be a year, 2, 3, 4, 5 years. The idea is that they're going to return back to. If I was a teacher that went and I took a TOSA position, I was a 5th grade teacher at let's say at Mains Elementary School. I'm not guaranteed to go back to my 5th grade classroom at Mains Elementary School. I'm just guaranteed to go back to a classroom position, right? So that's how temporary contracts work. I don't want to say that they're the same thing as a permanent contract. I'm not saying that, and I never want to mislead or provide misinformation or provide information that makes it sound like something else. It is a temporary contract position. Temporary contract positions of our what they're defined as a finite duration. When the teacher signs a contract that says your start date is this date and your last day of work is this date, and at that point the contract expires, right? It's over. So that is a year-to-year contract. However, I have seen also a lot of contracts that continue for multiple years, and I have seen a lot of temp contract positions that become back as a permanent position. Another right of the teacher who was laid off and comes back on a temp contract position is that they don't lose their years of service, right? It's not like you had 10 years, now you're going to go back to 1 year. You continue your years of service. So you come back and now you're at 11 years. If you had 15 years, now you're at 16 years. So I know there's a lot of nuances, and it's pretty complex and complicated. I've been doing this for a lot of years. So I know it kind of rolls off as if it's an easy process. It's a very complex process, and it is a confusing process. And if anyone has any questions or clarifications, we're always here to provide one-on-one support or explanations of how the process works.
I'm sorry, just real quick, because I think, just coming back to the item and dealing with this component, I think a lot of times we could see where the public may think that we're missing information when we're making our decision, right? But just kind of coming back to the decision making, one of the things that we did make a priority was that those individuals that were getting laid off, that they would be prioritizing coming back into positions that were open. The hard part is, like Mr. Jimenez just explained, is, you're going into a position that it's open, not necessarily the same position that you held, right? Right now we were looking at 16, we're looking at 11 coming back with this. They're all on different categories. We knew of contractual bumping rights, so individuals kind of saying, this is the position that I would take, and then it pushes somebody else to a different type of position. We knew that financially we're looking at special grants and things like that do come to an end, unfortunately. Educational code requirements that we have no say on it other than to follow what's available. And last is, like the contracts that we have with the teachers union or the CSEAs, it's just following those items that are in there. So we had all that information. We did not have the information to make a decision. So I think that the biggest thing that we did in making that decision was we did cause some stress on individuals because of the trying to make every decision before the March 15th type of decision timeline. However, I think it's something that is necessary and needed to be done at that time. We cannot foresee, or we cannot say for sure we're going to be bringing this many people on, but we made that commitment. And so thank you for your explanation.
And if I
on
could
that.
add another piece, Trustee Contreras, because I think this is important, that when we bring people back from the layoff list, if they qualify for that position and they're next in line per their seniority, it's not our discretion to judge whether or not we want to give it to them, right? So if you're on the layoff list and we need a math credential and you have a math credential, it's not. I cannot say, I really like Mr. Contreras. He's a good guy, but man, I would really rather give it to Mr. Arellano, right? And Mr. Arellano, for whatever reason, right? Well, if he's further down the list on the seniority list, you get first right of return. And then if it's like, oh, I'm okay, I'm fine, or whatever, you decline it, then we keep going down the seniority list until someone accepts it, or we exhaust the seniority list, and then we go back out to interviews and applications. But sometimes it's like, hey, why did that person get the position? We're required to. By law, we're required to offer it to the next person who qualifies for the position on the seniority list.
Mr. Jimenez, because one more question, kind of along the lines of what Mr. Contreras was saying. So, right now in public comments, it was mentioned, we understand, people get stressed, because they were laid off, right? Have this been, I don't know, prevented, knowing or not knowing that we could have had temporary contracts coming up? How does that work? In an ideal world, back in February, March, if we knew or these contracts were guaranteed, maybe different decisions would have made. How does that work? Can you explain that to us?
It could have been prevented because we can't move a permanent teacher into a temporary contract. that's a layoff, right? You know, if you're a permanent teacher and say, hey, next year you're going to go into a temporary contract, that's illegal, right? By statute, we're not allowed to do that, right? And that's not one of the pathways to a layoff, to say we're going to lay off these people, but then we're going to put them in a temporary contract, right? There's also certain requirements that a district can go through a layoff process, right? And one of them is lack of work, lack of funds. The other one is a PKS layoff, where you're trying to identify your credentials and that you need, and so neither way it's fun. Neither way it's something that we don't want to do. We try not to do. We've had this same circumstances for the past 4 years, and actually way beyond the past 4 years. And we've been trying our hardest not to go through a layoff process. And we've been trying to do it as much as we possibly can through attrition. And so when people were retiring, or people were resigning, and through natural attrition, we said, okay, we had this credential retired. Do we need to bring that credential back or not? No, we don't. We're overstaffed in that credential, so we didn't bring it back, right? And okay, we have this other person retiring. They had that credential. What credential do they have? They have a special education credential. Yeah, we got to hire that credential, so we got to backfill that credential, right? We need special ed teachers, and so on and so forth, right? So we've been trying to address this through the attrition process, but it came to a point where that no longer was going to be sufficient. I think we're in a very good place right now. I've been hearing for the past 4 years that right around this year, but then it's going to be a big year for retirements and whatnot, and we've got a wave of people at a certain time in their careers that they might be considering retiring. And if that really does happen, our average retirements per year on average is about 9 to 10, 11 people per year, right? If we increase that, if there's 15, 16, 17 people that retire this year, by getting 5 more or 6 more, that would continue helping us address our staffing via attrition, and not via having to go through layoffs. But this is something that's been a long time in the making that hadn't been addressed, and it just finally came to a point where it needed to get addressed, right? Because at the end of the day, it serves nobody if we're spending a lot more money than we're getting, right? If our expenditures are far exceeding our revenues, right? The state and grants and federal funds and stuff provides us, and you're going to hear a budget presentation in a little bit, provides us our revenues. And just like our homes, just like any other budget, balancing our budgets, if our expenditures are exceeding exceeding our revenues, sooner or later it's going to break, right? And districts have gone, the amount of districts who have increased into state receiverships, that's when the state comes in and takes over the district. And a lot of the rights and privileges and luxuries that a district is able to exercise are taken away while the state is trying to put the district back on track. The number of districts who have gone into receivership has increased over the years, because we know it's hard to talk about layoffs. It's hard to talk about the need to consolidate a school, right? It's hard to talk about cutting when we used to have, right? Like when there's a time of plenty, right? A time of abundance, a time of a lot, right? Over the past 5 years, we're getting to the tune of tens of millions of dollars, right? 30, 40, 50, 60 millions dollars in one-time funds, not ongoing funds, in one-time funds. Well, and not only Calexico, but a lot of districts throughout the state of California, they took those one-time funds and they put them towards ongoing expenditures, right? They put them towards lifetime expenditures. So, you say, okay, you're going to get, $10 one time, right? But then I spent it on $10 forever, right? And well, now I got to find out after those $1, the one time $10 are gone. Now I got to find out, well, how am I going to keep paying for the subscription that I got for the next 20 years, right? And paying that money over and over and over again. When the money I got to pay for that subscription, that money is gone. And so there's a lot of nuances. It's very complex. There's restricted money. There's unrestricted money. There's money that could only be spent a certain way. Even if we say, well, we have money here, why can't we spend it for that? Well, it's restricted, right? Mm-hmm. And then there's unrestricted, and we're going to get a little bit more of that in a little bit with our budget presentation. But I to answer your question, no. The only way of doing that is to kick the can down the road. Is not to do anything, and just, well, we'll see what happens, right?
Mm-hmm.
And kick it another year down the road, another year down the road, down the year road. But if we were going to try to adjust, this was a necessary action to take.
Mr. De La Torre mentioned, because you mentioned funding, the cost of would have been like $3.2 million, so I believe.
Somewhere around the 2.9, 3.2.
Approximately. $3 million cost of having, unfortunately, because of declining enrollment, like you said, less funding is coming in, and you cannot keep spending the same amount with less money. Trustees, any other questions or comments before we move on with this?
Well, if I can add as well, I think we know, we recognize that, that our individual, certificated, classified, staff at our sites make a difference in our students. We heard that tonight, from not only just educating, but the relationships they build. The adults make a difference in the lives of students and their success. We're not discounting that at all. I think the district's been very proactive and responsible and looking ahead. These aren't decisions we're making, in February and March, but they're being planned out way in advance, looking at years and budgets, and a lot of very strategic planning, looking at staffing. As you mentioned, declining enrollment had an impact. There's a lot of moving factors the district deals with, and with the associations and state monitoring budgets in California. We don't have plan ideas until maybe the mid-year budget in January. We've got legal requirements by March to plan for, not in March, but in January to start preparing for. And then we don't know until, May revise what changes might happen with fiscally in California and how that might impact us. And even to date, I don't think we have a signed budget yet for California. So a lot of moving variables, but again, being proactive to do everything we can to keep this district strong, to keep our staffing in place. As mentioned as well, the culture in our schools are important, and we know that, we recognize that, as educators and board members and employees. That's key. But I want to commend the district also for planning and being proactive and sensitive, because we know layoffs, reductions are not easy, for a lot of reasons that were shared. And the fact that we're able to bring them back, be creative with funding, with new funding, move people around based on credentials and all that is a positive for us. Mm-hmm. So while we still aren't where we would like to be, we're making significant progress to maintain the district and the quality, and just to commend, I think, the district for doing that, understanding the needs of our school sites, our students, and community.
And to just drive home a little bit more of the point about the planning process, staffing is an ongoing thing. It never is over. But when we put pencil to paper on staffing projections for the ensuing year, that starts right around November, December. So right around November, December, we are putting pencil to paper on our staffing projections for August of almost 9 months in advance. So, and we have to, in order to do it right, in order not to miss things and not, we want to be right, we want to be correct, and if we're wrong about something, we'll be the first to admit it. We're first to say, hey, we this is incorrect, we were wrong about this, and we're going to fix it. As a matter of fact, and through the layoff process, it was the district who, at the hearing, told Your Honor, we were wrong about these 2 or 3 positions. these three positions. Yes, these three positions I look over at our HR assistant super of HR, Mr. Guerrero. But we brought it up because we were wrong about it. We could have not said anything. It's like, well, maybe they won't catch or anything, but that's not who we are. That's not how we work. That's not our fabric of what we want to do. And we were the ones that said we were wrong about these three positions. There was something that, in the process, and those were the three positions that the judge overturned based on the information that we righted or wrong, right? We corrected ourselves. And so, but the process starts even before February or March.
Thank you, Mr. Jimenez. And you did keep us well informed along through this journey. We knew, we were aware, we were well informed, so that when the time came, we made the right choice. But it's important for the public to hear, these comments, these questions for them to hear. But thank you. Any other questions, comments?
Just one last comment. Just to add to Mr. Castillo, what he mentioned. When I first joined the board, I asked myself, why we were hiring teachers for community for the. You mentioned, Mr. Jimenez mentioned, this community school facilitator. There was other school district who decided to not hire teachers as a school community facilitator. They decided to just make it a classified position. And when I asked that question, I think Mr. De La Torre did an excellent job explaining as to why we did. And I think he was looking into the future. He was trying to save some of these positions by making them a certificated employee, because other districts decided not to do that. And I think it's, to your point, I think it's looking ahead, looking at the future. It is tough to make these layoffs, and it's making that heart right. It's not easy, especially for us who are up here making making that last decision. But I think just to emphasize the work that Mr. Jimenez and the executive board is doing is looking ahead, looking 5 years down the road, looking at potentially even 10 years down the road to make the necessary cuts or make the necessary adjustments.
And just a final comment. When we experience a significant declining enrollment, significantly less students that we're serving, it's not just the teachers that we have to adjust the ratios to, it's less meals that we have to prepare. So where's the impact there? Food service workers. If we have significantly less classrooms that are being occupied, it's maintenance people, custodians that are, we're going to have to adjust the ratios. So it all comes down, boils down to we have significantly less students to serve. And so we need to go back to the table, to the chalkboard and
Right.
and the drawing board and adjust those ratios. That's just reality.
Yeah.
It's difficult, but it's reality.
All right, team. So we do have a motion on the floor, right?
Yep.
A motion to approve. So all those in favor? Unless there's any other questions or comments? I motion, he second to approve the consent agenda, but we're pulling item 29 for comments. So if comments,
And now we're approving that item by itself?
Yeah, so we need a motion to approve.
We need
it.
a
yeah,
motion.
okay, so motion to,
I'll make a motion to approve item 29.
okay, go.
Second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you, Mr. Garcia, for catching that. Okay. E, information items, superintendent's report. Mr. Jimenez?
Thank you, President Avena. So first, this wasn't part of my initial report, but Ms. Nunez, I just wanted to thank you so much for your words of encouragement and for you've inspired me just in your words that you shared. I was about to ask Mr. President Avena to give you 3 more hours to talk, and I said, I need more of this. Let her talk more. But thank you so much. And you're right. Oftentimes we, bad news travels fast, or negative news, and that's what we hear a lot. But we know that our staff, our students, our teachers, our secretaries, our custodians, our food service workers, our administrators, we know that there's a million great things happening in Calexico Unified, and unfortunately those get overshadowed by the one or two or three negative things. So thank you for having the courage and the wisdom to share your story and motivate us. And I know that all of us, all of the educators in this room, especially your fearless leader at Aurora High School, Mr. Lopez, who's we're so fortunate to have picked up a couple years ago. We feel inspired and we feel motivated. And sometimes when we're feeling down, it's like, I don't know if I could do this anymore. I'm going to think of your words and I'm going to think of your presentation. And best of luck to your daughter. I wish you and your family and your daughter nothing but the best fortune in this world. So thank you very much. Really appreciate your words. So board members and members of our community, I'd like to share how that we're really excited with our summer programs. They are going at full steam, 100%, or 100 miles per hour. No, Officer Vega, that was metaphorically speaking. Yes, drive safely. Our Expanded Learning Sparks program camp has approximately 800 students attending our summer program every day. Students are engaged in enrichment, academic learning games, sports, including for the first time karate classes. So those are really, really cool. They're learning the basics of self-defense in a defensive posture for self-defense. They're taking music, which also including for the first time guitar lessons. We're also offering a Lego education family night where students are going to, students and families with their parents and families are going to be trained on Lego activities, and every family will be able to take home a set of Legos for free to take home and continue what they learned in this training on utilizing Legos and to stimulate the brain and the curiosity and creativity. So we're really, really excited about that. Our students in the Sparks program, they're also going to the Necochea pool and taking, having swimming opportunities here at our pool at Calexico High School. They're providing breakfast, a morning snack, a lunch, and an afternoon snack. And so I asked Ms. Garcia, our Director of Expanded Learning, if I could enroll as a student for the summer program, because it sounds like they're having a lot of fun. So we've got the Summer Sparks summer camp going on. Also, at Aurora High School, we currently have 64 students attending our Aurora High School Credit Recovery Program. These are, so Aurora graduated all but one student, but all of their seniors that Aurora had graduated on June 4th, June 5th at Ronnie Auditorium, except for one student, and we're working with that student. But what Aurora High School is now supporting and helping with credential certificated teachers, our incoming 12th graders and our incoming 11th graders. So last year's 11th graders and last year's 10th graders, or I guess technically it's still this school year, but you know what I mean. So our students are going to be 12th graders, our students are going to be 11th graders to help them catch up on their credits and not be far behind and be ahead of the game when they start the school year in fall with some of their credits that are made up. So that's taking place at Aurora High School. Calexico High School, our students are also attending summer school, and there's about 569 students taking the credit recovery program at Calexico High School, which this year, because of construction and a path of travel and all that, we're hosting at Calexico High School 9th grade campus. So that's 569 students who are in summer classes, also taking credit recovery classes with their teachers and trying to make up any necessary credits, catch up on any necessary credits, so that they could start their school year at least another class or two ahead of the game with their credits. Also, another one of our summer programs is our ESY Expanded School Year program, which is our our summer program, you could say, for our students with special needs. And we have approximately 200 students attending the ESY program here in Calexico right now. And just to share a little bit about that process, because to sign up for the expanded learning program, to sign up for the credit recovery program, it's a relatively simple process, right? You fill out a simple form, you turn it in, and it gets processed, and you're enrolled in the summer school program or the credit recovery program or CAP. For expanded learning, for the expanded school year, the ESY special education for students with special needs, it's through their IEP, is through their individualized education program. So every student has to have an IEP, and in their IEP, they outline the program for the expanded school year, for the summer school. So think about having 200 meetings for that, right? 200 individual meetings with our special education teachers, everyone else who has to be there, our site administrators, our gen ed teachers, our psychologists, whoever needs to be there at those IEP, that's just part of the IEP team for our kiddos to be in expanded learning. I mean, I'm sorry, in the extended school year program, the ESY special needs program. So it's a large endeavor, 200 meetings to get that ready and to enroll our kids in the summer program. It's not an easy task, but it gets done year after year after year, and I think that's also representative of the love and the passion and the dedication of our staff in wanting to do the best for our kids. We also have this year approximately 40 students attending our Summer Algebra Readiness Academy at Calexico High School, and this program is for incoming ninth graders who from Luli Moreno and Kiki Camarena who are receiving an extra dose of algebra instruction, and to hit the ground running as they start the new school year. Start a little bit ahead of the starting line, right? With some intensive algebra preparation, for as they come into the ninth grade year. So a lot of activities, a lot of work taking place. In addition to that, we also have all of our summer cleaning program, our deep cleaning. We have our custodians, our maintenance workers, our M&O department already working from the first day of summer up until the first day of the new school year, getting our schools, our classrooms, our facilities ready for when students and teachers and staff comes back in the fall. So we're very, very lucky. We're very blessed for the work that they do for us, and we're very grateful for them as well. So all of this work, or none of this work, would be possible without the dedication of our hardworking employees who show up every day for our students. And I wrote that, and when I saw that, I said, wow, I really like what I wrote, and I say they show up, right? They show up for our students. Every day they come in and they show up to do the work for our students. So I want to thank our teachers, our expanded learning tutors and staff, all of our clerical support staff, all of our custodial, M&O, and transportation staff, our food service department, and our leadership team for their commitment to provide these important school and educational opportunities for our students. So that's my report. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Jimenez. Thank you. Number 2, ROP committee.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. We had our last board meeting at IVROP for the fiscal year last week. We are going to go dark in July, and the staff at IVROP is busy planning for 26-27, all the programs, all the services that they're going to be providing to our high schools, our participating high schools all over the county. So looking forward to all the good stuff that's coming along in 26-27. And that's it and today was the celebration for the superintendent's retirement, Edwin. So yeah, so counting the days. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Calderon. Okay, moving on to item 3, board reports.
I just wanted to thank everybody that did their presentations and highlighted all the opportunities that are being brought up for Calexico and for our students. The prevention that we take on certain programs and certain services, And we saw a program that's taken 3 years to develop, so it's like, we know sometimes we want to go fast, but we also want to be accurate and we want to be good. Yeah, thank you guys for that. I want to thank Ms. Nunez for taking the time to provide us with a moment of gratitude to Aurora faculty. I think it's really important, and also for embracing the parental responsibility with your child and constantly being there for her. And, really proud of her being up front and speaking. And I know that you now know the pace that you got to go with her, and I think that you're ready to continue the support with her. And we really do appreciate you coming in and letting us know. And then on the other part, all our board members here, we all live here in Calexico. So sometimes we have to make decisions on the school board that are final, that affect some other faculty or friends of our kids, and those decisions are not easy to be made, but it's something that we're making on a responsible way. And we hope that the general public and the people that put us here understand that, because it's not, there's a lot of stuff that they don't see when the decision making comes, a lot of information that we have to process and go through that makes some of these decisions, like layoffs, the hiring or looking at new programs and things like that, important for us. But at least from my end, I know that I made the best decision possible with the information that I had at that time. And with that,
Thank you, Mr. Contreras. Thank you. Mr. Arellano?
Good evening. I also want to thank Ms. Nunez, and maybe I'm not the best person to give an explanation, but when administrators start getting towards the end, they're tired. They start feeling it towards the end of the school year. I think everyone starts feeling it. The teachers, the students, parents. You start feeling it, and people like you is what keeps us going. And I'm glad Mr. Lopez was here to hear you, because it's. No. I know he didn't, but I'm glad he was here to hear it, because it's gonna give him that motivation for next year. So I want to thank you for coming out and standing up here. It is nerve-wracking. Public speaking is probably, what is it, number one fear. Number one fear. It's not easy. It's not easy for a lot of us. So I just want to thank you. I also want to thank a few people that they're no longer here. Mr. Hernandez, our SROs, SRO Gonzalez, SRO Vega. There was a couple incidents during graduations, and they were on it. Some people didn't even notice, but I was glad that they were there and present and were able to handle the situation. So I want to thank them. If we could possibly thank Chief Orozco for their work and their dedication that they provide to our district. Lastly, Mr. Jimenez, you touched on the Sparks program. My daughter's in that TK Spark program at Mains Elementary. Every day she comes full of joy, and she starts telling me everything that they're doing. So thank you for that, and thank you to the rest of the board for approving some of these programs, and they're doing great work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Arellano. Mr. Castillo?
Continuing, Ms. Nunez, thank you for being here. And I say that because many times parents don't stay this long at these meetings. And you sat through a lot of good presentations, you heard information, but you're still here. So again, here for your daughter, though. And I think about our district vision, right? Again, creating those academic pathways through our schools, creating supportive environments so they can, get their potential and dreams. The portrait we heard today, empowering students to learn, live, and lead, in the future. So again, thank you for being here, because it reminds us of why we're here. It's the why, right? We always go back to the why. It's for our students, helping them succeed through a lot of systems and supports. But my comments today are just two exploratory thoughts. One, I think, is going back to community and collaborations. That's huge. I still talk about that and think about that, and we've heard presentations. building that community here in Calexico is important, critical, I think, and it reminds me and makes me think about the how we're developing our students, the civic engagement, you know, the competencies we're talking about here, but growing our future citizens and future leaders and educators and board members. I'm thinking of that civic engagement. How, my question, and it's, I don't need an answer, I'm just thinking out loud, but how as a district are we helping develop the civic responsibilities of our students? And there's methods we're doing, there's programs, but that's kind of what I want to think about and look forward for and gather that information. Again, to build community responsibility, you know, and community pride, school pride we have, but how do we extend that beyond our school boundaries here, our school campuses, to take pride in our city as well, because, you know, I've said it before, our schools are a reflection of our community, and our community is a reflection of our schools. We're not separate. What happens in schools goes to the community. What happens outside in our city comes into our schools. We deal with it every day. But I guess my thought and question is, how are we building our students? And I know there's a lot we do, but where and when, what grade level, to build that civic responsibility, to build students. Thought there. The other second thought I had, and I've heard some comments from community members and presentations, thinking about now our lower, younger students, and maybe third, fourth grade down. And this goes to, now we're talking about screen time. And I think we're hearing more and more, how much screen time are we providing in our school sites? What's appropriate, what's not appropriate, what's in our curriculum? What's the impact now? And I don't have answers, and I don't know if the district has answers or are researching that yet, but giving that some thought or research now as to ourselves. Again, we know kids spend a lot of time online now. My kids do, our kids do. And we're learning more about it, the social emotional impacts, relationships, problem solving, you know, self-regulation, especially with the younger kids. So it's thoughts I'm having, conversations I'm hearing from the community. It's just that question. I know for a district maybe we're thinking about that. How much time are we spending, our kids spending online now, or at least in our classrooms? Because we know when they go home, they're online. They're on a device. So those are just thoughts right now. Kind of interested in, and no answers today, but it might be conversations we have with the district, at our school sites, with our sites, with technology. Thinking ahead, being proactive. 2 exploratory thoughts today. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Castillo. Ms. Calero?
Ms. Nunez, thank you for staying after your public comments so that we can thank you and commend you in person, personally to you. I'm also a proud Aurora High School mom. My oldest graduated from Aurora High School class of 2013. So I feel you. I experienced the same thing when they called me in and gave me that suggestion that it would be best so that he can catch up with units, and I was devastated. But it wasn't recently, it was back in 2013, but it turned out to be, you know, and valedictorian. Congratulations. And I commend you for being a present parent, for being involved in your daughter's education. I'm sure it had a lot to do with her success, knowing that mom was there always. So I commend you for that. More parents like you. I think we would be in a much, much better place if the majority of the parents were like you. So thank you for setting that example. And just thank you to, I saw pictures of classified employees working in the classrooms, much needed repair to get those classrooms where they need to be for our students, what our students deserve. It's a lot of work, so I want to thank the staff. Thank you for sharing those pictures. So just thank you everyone who's here in the summer and doing it for our students. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. And Ms. Nunez, I also want to congratulate you and thank you for for sharing that great story. And congratulations for your daughter's success. For me, it was especially important, not just because it highlights the great work that Mr. Joshua is doing over there with his team, but I was also an administrator for an alternative ed program similar to Mr. Joshua's years ago. And I know the feeling that when you hear a good story, a success story, a parent thanking you, the motivation one gets to want to continue doing that hard work, and hard work in the sense of, investing the time and not giving up for your kids. So I'm sure Mr. Joshua is gonna take it home and he's gonna sleep happy tonight, knowing that the story. So thank you and congratulations with your daughter's success. Also want to thank the staff and everybody working, teachers, classifier, for everything you do. Mr. Jimenez said, thank you for showing up. But I'll add a little bit to that is thank you for showing up with a passion and and a desire to want to do great work for our students. It's noticeable. We see it in all over the place. Success stories, everywhere. So you just don't show up to work. You show up with a desire and a passion to want to do good for everybody else. So thank you for that. And also, I think this is the last board meeting until August 13 or so, right? Well, we have a retreat in July. That counts as a board meeting, right? But no, we won't be having a formal board meeting like this until August 13. And I want to thank the board. Thank you for everything you do. Like Mr. Contreras mentioned, the public doesn't get to see what we do behind the scenes because they don't get to see it, right? But I just want the public to know that to continue trusting on us because all the decisions we make, they're sometimes very difficult decisions. It's at the end of the day, it's for what's best for our students, not the students just right now, but the future students. Looking a year in advance, 2 years, 5 years. When we have a district that is healthy, our students benefit from a healthy school district. So thank you both for everything you do. I know you spend a lot of time doing your homework. We just don't come and sit here and start saying yes or no. We spend time looking at the agenda items, the documents that get presented to us. It takes a lot of work. I know that Mr. Jimenez is always available to answer our questions. I know any of you at any given time have a question, a concern, need clarification, you call Mr. Jimenez. You spend sometimes a long time on the phone with him, getting clarification or meeting with him in person, so that we can have all the knowledge, all the information that we need to make the right choice. So thank you for that, and thank you, Mr. Jimenez, for always answering the phone call, or the text messages. So thank you. And I'll just leave it at that because we have a long agenda. Okay, thank you. All right. Okay. F, discussion, possible action. We have the school renaming. So this is a discussion item, and we could take action tonight. So Mr. Jimenez, we have something on this?
Yes. As has been brought forward at our previous meetings with the board, the district engaged in a community process to select a new name for Cesar Chavez Elementary School, and has been previously expressed. We do feel saddened by the necessity to change the name, but due to reasons that we are all aware of already, as throughout the United States of America, as throughout the state of California, colleges, universities, cities, counties, have gone through or either already went through this process or are going through this process of changing the name for unfortunate reasons. But we also believe that under the circumstances that the right thing to do is to change the name. So we went through a process where, and I know she was here a little bit earlier ago, but Ms. Nena Noriega, our principal at Cesar Chavez Elementary School, really did a great job engaging the school community in this process. So the way the process worked is that every student had the opportunity to vote on a name. It was first done by class. Every class engaged with their teacher in selecting a name. and then every grade level, so the classes in that grade level submitted their names. So let's say there's 4 first grade classes, so the 4 first grade classes voted on one name for the first grade level, and so on and so forth. So TK and Kinder were put together, but then first grade, second grade, third grade, fourth grade, fifth grade, and sixth grade, they each went through their process, and they ultimately came up with one name. And then Ms. Noriega invited the parents to participate in the process, and so she had, I believe it was 3 parent meetings, 2 or 3 parent meetings, where she sent the message out to the community, to the parents of her school, saying, "Hey, we're going to engage in this process. This is a reason why we love to have your voice. Would have to have your input. If you're interested and if you're available, please join us." And so we had a group of parents who joined in that process at the parent level. So then the parents went through the similar process. And then we had a committee that consisted of teachers and classified employees and the principal and parents and students, some district level staff members, and they went through the process. And so it was a pretty comprehensive process that was based at the school site, the school where this is taking place. And then once we came up with that process, we came up with the final 2 names, right? That came up at the top, and as I shared, I believe it was at our last board meeting. Then we conducted a community survey, where the entire community of Calexico, you didn't have to be a staff member or a student or an employee. Just anyone who lived in Calexico was able to log on and make a selection, and they were able to pick which one they preferred. They could only choose one, right? And the survey didn't allow them to choose both. They could only choose one, and so the 2 final names that came up were Roberto Moreno Elementary School and Desert Valley Elementary School. One name, it was explained in a survey that one name, Roberto Moreno, was selected in memory of a former Calexico teacher, principal, assistant superintendent, and superintendent whose 30-year career in Calexico had an incredible impact on many students and many colleagues, many staff members, many employees in Calexico Unified School District. So that's one of the names that are being brought before the board for you to consider tonight. Would be Roberto Moreno Elementary School, and the other name, which I kind of like, I like both names, but I did like that the way it turned out is there was a choice as like a name and a geographic location, right? The other name that's being brought to you for your consideration tonight is the Desert Valley Elementary School, and so that's in recognition of our geographic location of our desert landscape in southeastern California, and so it's a recognition of where we live, of our landscape, of our environment, of our geography. It touches, I think, on the whole desert life. I could see either one of them. I could see us doing really good, having a lot of pride in either name. Having a story to tell with either Roberto Moreno Elementary School or a story to tell with Desert Valley Elementary School. There's a direct connection to either names. So, as is the case up here at this dais, it is the board's decision tonight to choose from one of the 2 names. If the board chooses one of the 2 names, we did have the community survey, and just to share the results of the community survey. And we're also going to post this. We'll post this so that the community could see the outcomes of our survey. But there was a total of 1,275 responses. There was 503 responses for Roberto Moreno Elementary School, and there was 772 responses for Desert Valley Elementary School. So Roberto Moreno Elementary School was almost 40% of the vote, close to 40% in the high 30s, and Desert Valley Elementary School was just a little over 60%. So if we rounded up and we rounded a little bit down, just by a little bit, not by a lot, it was like a 40-60 split. So that's the survey, right? That's the survey, but at the end of the day, it's the board. It's once again put in a position where you have to make a decision one way or the other, knowing that whatever your decision is, there's going to be some really happy and excited people about the decision you make. There's going to be some people that's like, I don't agree with the decision they made, right? I wish they would have gone with the other name. But there is the nature of our jobs, right? So, board, the floor is yours. The discussion is yours to have. And the final ultimate decision is yours to make.
Mr. Jimenez, just a clarification. So we have two names on the table, but the board also has the right to pick a different name.
No, that wasn't part of the original the original plan. If the board does not pick one of these two names, we go back and do it all over again.
We're not picking Aviña.
No.
However, if you want to say Arturo Jimenez Elementary School, we might be able to work out a deal. No, but no, that's
No, and I'm not saying because I don't want, because I'm not, no. I do have a preference, but that was just clarification. Okay. So it's a discussion, and we need to make a decision today, but we could pass it on to the next one, but it will be too late because we want to start the school year with the new name, right?
I would recommend that. Yes, I would.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I just would like to make a motion that we take the results of the community survey to select the Desert Valley Elementary School District.
And Mr. Contreras, you say that because the majority voted
The majority
for
of the community voted for it.
and that makes a lot of sense. Okay. So is discussion, let's go down the table and then we'll decide. Or you want to, let's go, finish the discussion. So Mr. Arellano?
You could have a motion and
I'll do a second.
motion and
I'll
a
do a
second, and then discussion.
Okay, so second to approve the one that has the highest numbers, but let's have a discussion. Okay. Mr. Arellano?
I mean, there's not much to discuss. I think, me personally, the Roberto Moreno is more meaningful. However, I have to agree with Mr. Contreras that at this point, I think we go with majority of the votes.
Okay. Anybody else?
Going down. So, good names. Both names are there. Both names are there. I just want to say, with Robert Moreno, see, I grew up in the educational circles here in Calexico with a lot of educators, with Mr. Moreno, growing up with him and his family, going to his home and activities. He's just part of the community when Calexico was smaller, when the district was smaller. So a lot of good memories with him and his family. Have continued to be educators, in our community, in our district. He was a teacher when Kennedy Gardens opened up. First time, he was the principal.
Principal at Kennedy Gardens.
He opened up there for several years. And I got to know him there. And then as a teacher in Calexico, he was superintendent. And the memory I always have, and we all have memories of everybody, but one I have is first day of school, first days, he would go to every classroom and shake the teachers' hands, welcoming them to the new school year, starting them off. So I have a lot of good memories with him and what he's done here as superintendent, working with him and the family. Good name for school. As well, Desert Valley, it was selected as an option. Again, I'm leaning towards you know, it's not our decision. It's not my decision. I think totally. We're making a decision, but based on what facts and information. But it is, we are representing the community, and this school is a part of our community. The names came from the community, and so I do feel also the responsibility to respect and honor the decisions that were provided to us by our community, our students, our staff, our parents. So I do sense that responsibility in our democratic process. I'll leave it at that.
So I like to thank everyone behind the logistics of putting this plan together, from technology to making it available for our Calexico citizens to vote. Everyone who worked with all the kiddos, with all the parents, who put together the meetings to have the discussions at the local level, at the elementary site. A lot of work that was put into that. So thank you, first of all, for all of that. I'm in favor of the character, the person, the name. We have several schools that are named after, people that made a positive impact in this community. Unfortunately, this school, the same thing was done, and unfortunately, this happened. It doesn't happen every day. It doesn't happen, in many decades. When did we ever think that we were going to be sitting here and facing this situation? Never in a million years did we think we were going to be facing this situation, but here we are. I do want to consider that it was 1,275 participants in the entire community of Calexico. To me, that's a really small amount, a really small number. So I in my eyes, both names are equally qualified because they came from our students, from our parents, from our staff, and from the community that showed up to cast their vote. But it's a very small number, 1,275, compared to how many people live in Calexico. So in my heart, I can go with that particular vote. My heart goes more towards, and mind you, I didn't grow up in Calexico. I didn't get to meet this individual, but I reached out to a lot of people who did. It's in the educational circle, and heard amazing stories from this person. And so, yeah, my heart goes towards Roberto Moreno.
This is a quick question, follow-up question. It was mentioned earlier that we would start this new school year off with this school name? Or do we have to go through the CDE to go through all the paperwork and renaming? What's the plan?
Yeah, there's still a process, and we can't start that process until we know the name. So it's not something we could have already started. But once this decision is made, then there's a process. But I believe, just based on the timeline, that if the decision is made today, either way, that we will be able to start the new school year with the new name. And yeah, there's still some logistics involved in signage and communication, and there's still going to be some logistics involved. I of course, will honor and respect either way the board goes. My recommendation would be to make a decision tonight, because we need to move forward, and the first step of being able to move forward is completing and concluding this process.
And I think I also heard in the last comment from Ms. Calderon, given the number, the results number, I don't know if that was a request to extend it, or what was that? What was the thought behind there, given the small number?
It's a local survey. Local surveys tend to have, not the largest turnouts, and even in elections, and stuff, you don't have super large results in and for something like this, it's you could think of presidential elections or governor elections, and for local small town community, we're not talking about tens of thousands of votes that make that final decision. And then this is very niche, it's school based. It's a little elementary school. So I don't disagree with Trustee Calderon about the 1,275, but putting it in context as to what it is and who's interested in participating and providing their thought behind it. I think it matches to the type of outcomes. It was out for 7 days. It was out for over a weekend. We did blast it in all of our social media platforms and our websites. We did also send out reminders. Say reminder, if we, provide your voice to the process. Complete the survey. So I think the survey got as many people who were interested in submitting their opinion on this, right? I don't think it was for we flew it for 3 days, or it was from Monday through Thursday and people didn't hear about it, or we didn't advertise it, or and stuff. So I think the process was pretty thorough through and through, and to answer your question, Trustee Castillo, I think the final outcome number wise kind of matches for the type of process this is. Yeah.
And just to clarify a little bit, very grateful for the 1,275 who responded, right, and showed their interest and that they're interested in participating in this. It's just that in my heart, I can't use that as a determining factor because it's such a small number compared to how many Calexico residents we have. That's just, I know all the efforts were made. All the efforts were made, and it was successful, and it was a good turnout for, what it's about, the topic. It's just it can't be a determining factor for me.
Okay. Well, I just want to share maybe one positive thing about each name. I mean, I have many, but I'll share one. I'll start with Robert Moreno. I got to speak with him one time. I knew who he was. Really never interacted with him. I think the year I was hired, that was his last year as superintendent, I believe, or maybe he was visiting, or he was a guest speaker at the event where I was. It was a hometown buffet. All the brand new teachers that were hired that year went to hometown buffet for a luncheon, and he was there speaking. But I can't remember if he was a superintendent or he had retired and he was there as I can't remember. I think he was a superintendent. So I went to a restaurant. I was washing my hands, and he was washing his hands next to me, and he made a comment. He asked me a question. I can't remember what it was. But I remember that I followed up with a comment and I asked him, "Do you miss teaching?" And he said, "No, I don't miss teaching, but I do miss the interaction with students." And no, that's still with me all these years. That was 27 years ago. So, that speaks about him. It's like the kids, the passion, the heart was with the kids. So, and then with the other name, Desert Valley, I mean, it goes along with the mascot, Lobos. Lobos, it matches with that. I believe that the name more than likely came from the students, because kindergartens, first graders, they don't know Mr. Moreno. Is more the older folks. So I think it came from the students. So for me, that's very important. The voice of the kids. The kids, they want to name their school. So that's very important. That's something they'll remember for many, many years, that they were involved in the process of naming their school. So that piece of the students, and kind of also going with what Mr. Contreras said about the majority of those that did took the time to vote, the majority was Desert Valley, and it came from the kids. I'm more inclined to Desert Valley, although both are very important and valuable. So those are my comments. So is there some motion on the floor, right? Yep. The motion was to go with Desert Valley.
Correct.
Is there a second motion? Mr. Castillo? Okay. So all those in favor to go with Desert Valley Elementary School, say aye.
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 Was that all of us?
I'll join my fellow board members.
5, right?
5.
5-0. Okay, 5-0. All right, thank you. thank you, team. And so the new name is going to be Desert Valley Elementary School.
We will start communicating and messaging that too.
Yes, and I want to thank our students for voicing what you want. Yeah. Thank you.
Eddie, thank you.
A 5-minute break.
You know, I've been thinking about that. You read my mind. So, do we take a motion to
Sure,
take a
we
break?
need to take a 5-minute break. Yeah.
Okay, so a motion to take a 5-minute break.
Second that.
Second, all those in favor? Aye. Aye. Motion passes 5-0. 5-minute break. Okay, ready? Okay, we're back from short break. Thank you. Okay, moving on to action items. Consideration and action approval of the following items. 1, approval of local control accountability plan, LCAP, for the 2026-2027 school year. No presentation on this, all right? Okay, do we have a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. This next one, we have a short presentation. Approval of 2026-27 adopted budget and 2025-26 estimated actuals. Now take your time, Mr. La Torre. This budget is very important.
If you like. So, good evening, President Aviña, trustees, Superintendent Jimenez, community, colleagues. Thank you for being here today. Thank you for the opportunity to bring to you the estimated actuals, and then we're going to be moving on to the July 1st budget. On the first slide here, just as a reminder, this is, as Mr. Jimenez cited, there's some statutory things that we must comply with. This is one of those things that we must do. We must present to our board our interim budgets several times a year. Part of the reason, and I'm going to echo something Mr. Castillo said a little bit earlier, because the budget and the funding is ever changing, right? And to add to that, we mainly deal in a fiscal year that begins July 1st and ends June 30th, but we also deal with federal funding, and federal funding goes from essentially October through September. There's also many things that we deal with on a calendar year, right? W-2s, 1099s, and so forth. So the budget is ever changing. But tonight we bring to you the estimated actuals as required. No? Can you move it for me? No agarra. Try it again. There it is. Thank you. So in this first slide, as we did when we presented the second interim and we compared it to the first interim, in this slide we now compare our estimated actuals to the second interim. If you remember, of course, our second interim, we presented to you actual expenditures through the end of January, and then as we mentioned, we work with managers and supervisors. Ms. Brisa Huerta Price, who's here tonight. Also, Mr. Cesar Chances is here tonight. He's one of our county supervisor who really helps in putting the budget together in SACS for us. So in the second interim, when we presented in March, we talked about actuals through the end of January, and then we take all of the information and all of the assumptions, and then we extrapolate that data, and then we project out how we anticipate the end of the fiscal year is going to be. Fast forward to tonight, as we prepare the estimated actuals, we took a look at actual expenditures through the end of April, and then we work with manager supervisors, and we map out the rest of the year expenditures. And for our district, and you probably heard me say this before, there's a lot of activity that happens in the month of April and in the month of May and June as well. So estimated actuals is still a projection, but as we presented during the second interim, the district is committed to continue to improve our fiscal status, and we have also seen an improvement in this interim report. So just to highlight, as you can see there, we have more revenues than what we had anticipated. That's a good thing. Some of that funding has just come in recently, one of them being the student support and professional development grant that we received. We had updates to the Learning Recovery Block Grant, Prop 28. And then, of course, as Mr. Jimenez mentioned earlier, our community schools grant that we received. So we received more revenue than we anticipated. We're recognizing that revenue, that revenue is going to be coming in this year. And then on the other side, we've been working on reducing our expenditures. Some of the expenditures that will not happen this year in some of those categorical fundings, we get to carry it over to the next fiscal year. And so to echo something that was said a little bit earlier, that's how we're able to bring some employees back, actually, because we have funds that we didn't anticipate were going to be available for next year. But the state of California said, guess what? If you have any unspent funds, you can carry it over into the next fiscal year. So that happened with the site literacy grant as an example. So bottom line, we see an improvement, a projected improvement to our ending fund balance from 38 million to 46 million. Of course, some of this money will be spent in the next fiscal year or the subsequent fiscal year for those grants that are multi-funded. Again, Mr. Jimenez mentioned a little bit earlier, community schools grant. That money gets to be carried over and we continue to spend it for the next 5 years. So a better position for us to be in than what we had anticipated. But as I mentioned a little bit earlier, there's still a lot of expenditures to be had, and then in the month of September, we'll be bringing to you the unaudited actuals, and then we'll be able to present exactly where we ended up at. I wanted to highlight this. This is the same information that you see on the previous slide. This is just in graphic form. What I would like to highlight here is that, as you can see, 73.61% of our expenditures is projected to be salary and fringe benefit of our staff in the current fiscal year. Where we'll end up maybe 74, maybe 75, maybe 72.9, somewhere around there. So the majority of our expenditures are for salary and fringe benefits. There's no test later on, but I do want you to keep an eye on that number, 73.61, because you'll see a significantly different number for fiscal year 26-27. And the reason why you'll see that is because for this year and the prior year, the district has invested a lot of general fund, restricted and unrestricted funds into improving facilities. And so that work has been completed. And it doesn't mean that we're not going to continue to invest in facilities, but the bulk of what we're going to be doing in the next fiscal year and subsequent fiscal year after that is Measure Q. And that funding will not be covered by the general fund. That funding comes from our building funds. So I'll speak to this number again in a little bit. And so one of the things that I wanted to mention to you is that our salary and fringe benefits is not just about our contracted salaries. It's not just assignments. In the previous slide, I mentioned that we've been working on reducing our expenditures, managing our expenditures wherever variable expenditures can be managed. And I think the district, we definitely do a good job of that. There's some areas that are beyond our control. But in this slide, just what I want to highlight to you is that in this slide, as you can see, what we did is we took a look at salary expenditures for the current fiscal year, 25-26 through May. Although we just finished payroll for June, I won't get all these numbers until next week. And we compared it to the same time period for the last fiscal year. So these are raw salary numbers. And as you can see, for this current fiscal year, at the very top on the right-hand side, you see a minus $726,000. So right now we're actually showing that through May, as compared to the prior year, we have spent $726,000 less associated with certificate salaries. And as I mentioned, it's not just about the assignment that our staff has. There's a lot of opportunity for extra duty assignments. There's a lot of extra opportunities for our staff to support our students. And that's where a lot of those categorical funds, a lot of those restricted funds come in and support our students and through our staff, and they're able to earn just much more than what they earn on their assignments. On the classified side of it, as you can see, we're through May, we spent $1 million more than we had spent the previous year. Highlighted there in red is overtime. The district has been working really hard to manage expenditures as much as possible. And comparing this year to last year's in overtime, we spent $149,000 less. Right? And we're committed to continuing to work on our variable expenses as much as possible. There's some expenditures that are really hard and we didn't anticipate, and not to do with salary and fringe benefits, but just to give you an example. Back in December, if you remember, we talked about that we had the solar shade structures come on and they're generating electricity, and we had the EV buses, and we were projecting to reduce our fuel expenditures for the current fiscal year. And we're expecting to reduce our fuel expenditures for the current fiscal year by about 20% from prior year, right? Not all of the solar shade structures had come on yet. Fast forward to the last couple of months, we saw fuel prices skyrocket. And so where we're going to end up this year is we're going to end up spending about 20% more than we spent last year in fuel prices. And that's where those reserves need to come in for those economic uncertainties, right? Is it something that we can control? The transportation team works really hard to ensure that the routes are efficient, but we don't control fuel prices. So just wanted to give that example. And I will move into the 26, 27, and the MYP. Many of you probably, or some of you probably have seen this slide before. This is from Capital Advisors. We utilize a lot of different resources to inform our budgeting process, one of them being Capital Advisors. In this slide, as you can see there, the May revision that the governor put out as far as expected revenues for the state of California is $234 million. The governor's budget back in January, that's the line in green, was projecting $228 billion, so significantly more projected. And then at the Budget Act back in July, I'll say July of 2025, the projected revenues were $208 billion. So at the May revise, the governor is saying, hey, we have more revenues than we anticipated. So for us, what that should translate to is more funds, right? There's something called the Prop 98 maneuver at this point. The governor, as Mr. Castillo mentioned a little bit earlier, the final budget for fiscal year 26-27 is not done. The legislature and the governor are still negotiating. It's probably going to take a little bit longer than in prior years just because this is the last year for the governor. And right now there's a maneuver that all school districts were saying, hey, what about the $3.9 billion that's owed to the school districts, right? $3.9 billion is 3,900 millions, right? Sometimes when we say 3.9 billion, people say, oh, just 3.9. No, it's $3,900 million. Millions dollars, right? So although the state general fund is expecting additional revenues, we still have to wait to see where we end up in the next couple of days. We anticipate that the legislature and the governor will complete their budget as required by statute on June 30th, and then we'll see what the governor signs off on. So, but this is some of the information that we use, and I'll share some additional information that we use to prepare our budget. On the good news, right now with those fiscal projections, the governor in this May revise is now talking about a 2.87 COLA, which is higher than that 2.41 that we were talking about when we presented the second interim report. But as you can see on there, not every funding source receives a COLA. And yet we have increasing costs in every funding source, but not every funding source receives a COLA, right? So some of that funding in some of those areas will be flat, and with rising costs, then we need to continue to make our adjustments necessary to continue to sustain those services. As I mentioned, what informs our budgeting process is a lot of information. The enrollment numbers that we're projecting for 2026, 2027, and the two subsequent years, those numbers come from our enrollment and demographic analysis that was done for our school district within this school year. So we take that data because they have shown that it's good data, and we are planning our future expenditures and needs based on those enrollment numbers. But of course, you will know that we don't get funded on enrollment numbers, but we get funded on ADA. So on there, you also see the second line that talks about the funded average daily attendance. Thanks to the governor and the legislators, we continue to enjoy the average ADA funding rather than the actual ADA funding. But as we continue to have declining enrollment, that number will continue to decrease. So if you look there at the very bottom, the loss in funded ADA, part of it is due to, or the majority of it is due to our declining enrollment. It's about $3.48 million less in LCFF revenues for Calexico Unified School District. Had we remained at the same ADA, the same enrollment numbers, and the same yield from our ADA, then we would have expected about $3.48 million more. And I put up there, and I showed this at the last presentation as well, on the cost of living adjustment, the statutory COLA. For next year, as I mentioned, is 2.87. It's projected by the LCFF calculator to be 3.3 for 27-28, 3.09 for the next year. But when we're budgeting, and the budgeting process is always very dynamic, and so we're seeing now where all these COLAs on the far years are projected to be higher than they mostly end up being at. So as an example, back in March of 2025, when we were looking at the out years, the LCFF calculator, the governor said, hey, for 26-27, you're gonna have a 3.52% COLA, right? And then it was revised down in March of 2026 to 2.41. Luckily right now it's projected at 2.87. Look at 27-28, back in March of 2025, it was projected at 3.63, and then it was revised down to 3.06, and then today, the governor is saying 3.3 for that second out year. And then the same thing for the following year. So the reason why I bring this up is because we can project with that 3.3, 3.09 for the out years, but we have to be very cognizant that that number may change, right? So our long-term commitments need to be very conservative because that number may change. If it goes up, fantastic. But that number in recent years has not gone up, but gone down. And then I want to highlight our workers' compensation rates. So nothing really took us by huge surprise as we were preparing this budget, except for our workman's comp rate. And we just received our workman's comp rate about 2 weeks ago. So this budget was already part of our public hearing. This budget was already presented. So in our budget, we incorporated the 7.031%, which is the current workman's comp rate that we have. Now our new workman's comp rate is 8.3525%. We are the highest workman's comp rate in our county, and I would say probably one of the among the highest in probably the state of California. I don't have that data, but it's a significant number. And so in the next slide, I just want to mention something in regards to that. So these are our workman's comp rates for next year, and then I shouldn't call 25-26 yet the prior year, but for the prior 5 years. And as you can see on that second line, that was the total cost to the school district, both for the restricted and unrestricted resource to cover those salary expenditures. But the district spent $5.2 million in 21-22. And then I'm just going to fast forward to 24-25. $7.4 million in actual dollars spent on workman's comp insurance. In 25-26, we're projected at $6.949 million. But once we finalize all of our payrolls, that number may change slightly, right? All of the payrolls for June and our liability payrolls for all of the June hours that are going to be working. For next year, Now that it is 8.3525, based on our current salary expenditure projections, we're projected to spend over $8 million in workman's comp. Right? 1 year the next, that number in yellow, the $1.14 million, that's how much more money we're going to be spending on workman's comp insurance next year as compared to this year.
If I could interject here
Yes,
really
sir.
quick, just to drive this point a little bit more. The majority of this money is from unrestricted general funds. It comes from the source of where that person is getting paid from, but the great majority is unrestricted general funds. So when we see that we are almost triple of the county average, there are many school districts of the 17 school districts in the county that are at 2%, 1.9%, 2.8%. The next highest LEA district in the county, we're got the distinction that we don't want to being the first, the number one district with the highest workers' comp. We don't want to be number one with that, but the next one at 8.35, the next highest is about 3.5.
Yep.
So more than double of what we're at. So I could just only imagine if we were at 2%, 3% spending $2 million, $3 million on workers' comp, not $8 million, and I could only imagine what we could do with those $5 million. When we're talking about programs, when we're talking about services, when we're talking about facilities, when we're talking about staffing, support staff, classified, certificated, when we're talking about negotiations, I could only imagine what we could do at the table if we knew that we were going to spend $2 million on workers' comp and not $8 million on workers' comp, that we're going to spend $3 million on workers' comp and not $8 million on workers' comp. Now, workers' comp it's a valid program. It's a legit program. I believe in workers' comp for when it's needed. But we definitely need to address our safety procedures and our work habits of how to keep ourselves safe and healthy, because we don't want people getting injured, because we don't want our workforce to be injured or get injured. We got to work more safely and more cognizant of how we're working. We do see some injuries that with taking the proper safety measures should not have happened. We're not talking about lack of protective equipment, lack of training, lack of proper tools, proper equipment. We have all that. Sometimes we're talking for lack of awareness of what we're doing and how we're doing it. We know not to, lift things. They say, lift something with your knees, right? Bend at the knees and lift up. Don't bend at the waist and lift up, because you could hurt your waist, right? So there are things that I just say we, because I'm just going to use the collective we, but there are things that some of our employees do that that are causing injuries, that are had we taken the proper safety steps, would have prevented those injuries. And first and foremost, that's what we want to do, because we don't want pain and suffering or agony on anybody because of any injury, work-related or not. But then also, this is a reality. This is what we're doing, and we are in little town Calexico, one of the highest workers' comp rates in the state of California, and by double, and in many cases by triple, the highest in the valley out of 17 school districts. And that's the rate. I'm not talking the cases, because, well, other school districts are a lot smaller. No, I'm talking apples to apples. I'm talking about the rates, the percentage, regardless if it's, 100 employees or 1,000 employees. I'm talking about the rate proportionally, apples to apples. So this is something that we really, really need to look at. How do we address this? Because it is. And I know I don't want to steal his thunder, but he's going to talk about excess cost. If you look at $23 million from 21-22 till now in workers' comp cases, when that, $23 million could have been a fraction of that. I could only imagine what we could have done for the greater good of everybody, not just a few employees, but everybody, all employees, all of our students, all of our schools. If we just practice safer work, how we do our work. We provide the equipment, we provide the supplies, the PPEs, everything we need to provide for workplace safety. We provide training. We just need to have the consciousness of saying, I got to do this the proper way. I gotta take this, do it the right way, because I don't want to get injured.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Jimenez.
Quick question.
Yes, sir.
'Cause those large millions of dollars is just stuck in my head. But so if we were to reduce it, similar to other districts, you mentioned savings of about $5 million, right, more or less per year, right, per year. I mean, I was just thinking, what would that do to salary increases, percentage-wise? There'll be a good percentage per year, right? What's $5 million, just hypothetically speaking? I know that's a hard.
I'll say absolutely, and I'll answer your question right now. So in that exercise that you see there, Mr. Jimenez was alluding to it, the next highest school district in Imperial County is at 3.55, right? And there's some that are below 1%. If we just got to 3.55, right? Because the average of all school districts, including Calexico, is 2.08%. If you do some statistical analysis and you get rid of the highest and the lowest, the average of the rest of the school districts is 1.79%. So, but the average of, including Calexico, is 2.08. So at 8%, we're 400% higher than the average. So just a little exercise there, and to answer your question, Mr. Avilla, if we were at 3.55, we said, what would have been our savings had we had a 3.55 instead of the 8.2, 8.175, et cetera, right? It would have been $2.9 million, $4 million, $4 million, $3.8 million. 25-26, it would have been $3.6 million. When we were in conversations with our labor partners, we told them 1%. 1% is equal to about $1.3 million, right? So to answer your question, Mr. Avilla, had we been able to use the $3.6 million savings, still paying 3.55, still being the same as the next highest level, we would have been able to talk about 1, 2, 3% more, right? 2.2. Thank you. Yes.
Salary increases.
Yeah.
On top of what?
Yeah, or other needs, more supplies, more needs, more facilities. What else? What else could we do with those funds?
And the way that school budgets work is, sometimes the old adage, we're robbing Peter to pay Paul, right? Where we have to take money out of here to pay for this, right? last year we spent about $160,000 at the Calexico High School Varner Gym because 2 of our 50-ton air conditioning units that's it. They died. They were done. Our guys, our HVAC guys, they had years and years and years of repairs and changing parts and repairs, and it just finally, that's it. It died, right? You can't have an indoor facility in the valley with no AC, right? So we had to take money that we could have used for something else, you know, that could have paid for something else, that could have freed up money to pay for something else, that could have freed up money for negotiations, for salaries or benefits or something. But we had to redirect money, 160,000. I'm sorry, I could be totally wrong.
It was I think about 134,000
Okay,
for those 2 25-ton units. Yeah.
134,000 that we had to redirect from paying something else to pay for that, which we have to. That's a fact of life. Things like that are going to happen, right? Unplanned expenses are going to happen, right? But again, if we, instead of paying $8 million, we're paying $3 million, well, we have a far better budget, balance to account for that and still be able to do a whole lot of other things, right? And that's the way schools budget work, because it's the same budget. There's restricted, unrestricted, but it's the same budget. But when we have to take money that we were going to pay for something else, because now we got to pay for this, well, now we don't have that money, and then we have to backfill that money from another, and so it's a serious situation.
So we
for
need
us.
to fix this.
If I can add, Alex is thinking about a salary raise. I'm thinking more of like the layoffs. We're facing, we're up here making tough decisions. When it comes at the end of the year, I think the 16 positions added to like $2.3 million.
I cited between 2.9 and 3.1.
There you go.
3.27,
So
yeah.
if this
So
is, we
we'll
are
cover
hurting
that.
ourselves. At the end of the day, we're hurting ourselves, and we're making these tough decisions to put individuals on temporary contract when we can look at this and start making changes so we don't have to be in this position again year after year.
Mm-hmm. That's correct.
I think even to get buy-in from employees and stuff, to be a little bit more safe and continue to practice a safety component, right? Even at $5 million, you're looking at 2.476. When you're talking about salaries, right? A salary increase or anything like that. Even if we were to just say, because we have other commitments, right? If we reduce it by $5 million, then we could make a commitment of half of whatever it is that we're saving, right? To start some type of a trend where we're moving to the positive, and able to fund things that are coming up to us.
Definitely, this is a topic we need to discuss, right? I mean, not at this moment because it's a large, big conversation, but it starts with, I think, education, people working together, helping each other. If you see a colleague, climbing on a chair to change a light bulb, hey, let me bring you a ladder, get a ladder, you're gonna fall with that chair, little things like that.
And Trustee Avina, people might think that you're saying that sarcastically.
No,
People might think that you're kind of like maybe joking around about that. Oh, come on, who's gonna put a chair on the table to hang something on the ceiling? It happens.
That happens. I've seen it. As a principal, I see it, and I have to correct it myself. Hey, you're gonna fall. Just get a chair. It's on the other side.
Get a
of the
ladder.
room. Yeah, ladder. I mean, a ladder. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not a chair. A chair on top of the chair. Get a ladder. Or, get some help, or don't do it by yourself.
Yeah. Or a ladder on top of a flatbed cart to reach up, where the ladder is sitting on top of the flatbed with a 6-foot ladder. We have 10 feet ladders. We have 15 feet ladders. If we don't have one, we'll get one. If what we need to reach is 15 feet up and we only have a 6-foot ladder, we'll get the 15-foot ladder, right? Don't put the 6-foot ladder on top of the flatbed golf cart to reach a 15-foot high thing, because now you are above 15 feet and you fall over and it's going to hurt and it's going to cause damage. And that accident was 100% preventable. 100% preventable. No need for that to have happened. And first and foremost, I hate for someone to be injured. I hate for people to get injured at work or anywhere in their lives, anywhere in the world. But we're talking right here about workers' comp. You know, if somebody wants to reach a 20-foot item on a 6-foot ladder at home, you know, I guess someone could say it's none of your business, right? But at work, it's all of our business, right? So being safer and how we do our work is something we gotta definitely address, because this is not sustainable. Or it is sustainable, but this is happening on the backs of our programs, of our services, of our facilities, of our negotiations, of our benefits, of our salaries. It is sustainable. We could continue having this for the next, 50 years, whatever, right? But it's coming on the backs of us being able to utilize our budget in a way more productive way than accidents that could have been prevented and could have never happened.
Mr. De La Torre, you're providing historical data going back to 21-22, where the rate was 8.2%. And we were seeing a decrease, a small decrease year after year. Small, but still a decrease. We'll take it. But then 26-27, we not only go back to the beginning, and then some.
Absolutely.
And we surpass it.
Yeah.
So if we're gonna aim to take the rate from 8.35 to an ideal 3.55, which is the next worst in the county, drastic measures, and not just awareness. Drastic measures. I'm not the subject matter expert. I'm not risk management, but I think I can say for everyone sitting here is you have our support. Drastic measures to take it from 8.35 to 3.55.
Absolutely, Ms. Calderon. And for the record, we're not up here discouraging anyone from reporting a workers' comp case when it's a workers' comp case. I believe in workers' comp. It's there for a reason. It serves a reason, a purpose. It should serve a purpose. That's not the point of I think our collective frustration, definitely of my frustration. That's not the point at all. Saying, well, if you get hurt, don't report it. Absolutely not. That is not what we're saying. If you get hurt, report it. Get help. You know, it's important that you do that. I'm talking about preventable accidents. I'm talking about accidents that I can't get into details. But I'm talking about preventable accidents that should have never happened had we approached that task differently. That's what I'm talking about. But yes.
Thank you. I'll just say one last thing about this, right? And I mentioned it earlier. Nothing took us by surprise in preparing the fiscal year 26-27 budget and the 2 subsequent years, except this. This took us by surprise, right? So what do? What we do is, Mr. Jimenez alluded to it, we have to, for the lack of a better word, we have to tighten our belt somewhere else to be able to cover this expenditure. As I mentioned earlier, we use a lot of information, and I shared with you already, and I just bring it up because I know that many of you have already seen this summary report of the enrollment and demographics analysis that was done, but this is where some of that data comes that informs us to preparing budgets and then making decisions. Again, it was also alluded to a little bit earlier about school consolidations, right? So now we move into the actual July 26-27 budget. On the gray side there, you see those are restricted resources, and then on the green side is our unrestricted resources. And so I'm not going to go into a lot of detail, but what we're seeing is based on where we expect to finish 25, 26, 26, 27, because it's going to be receiving a 2.87% COLA. Not all funding streams receive COLA. We are showing progress, right? We're building on our reserves for those economic uncertainties. What if the fuel prices go back up again? What if our workman's comp rate goes back up again? What if we lose an air conditioner, another 4 25-ton air conditioners? That's why we need to build our reserves, right? And the state requires us to have 3% for economic uncertainties. 3% for us is about $6 million. Our monthly expenditure is $17 million, right? And much of the funding that we receive, and I'll compare it to this way, is much of the way that people pay their rent or pay their home, right? What we do is we make the expenditure, and then the state of California reimburses us. So what does that mean? That means that we have to have working capital. Some funding streams do give us advances, and then we have other funding streams that actually take years to reimburse us. So $6.3 million or $6 million worth of reserves doesn't allow us to have working capital, right? The 3% reserve doesn't allow us to have working capital. So it's really important for us to continue to build upon our reserves. Right now for 26, 27, we're projecting that our reserves, and this is a summary of the right-hand side of that other slide, but right now we're projecting that for 26, 27, our reserve levels will be a little bit over 8%, 8.08%. We've been under 7%. And again, that's one of the distinctions that we currently have in our county is we are the district with the lowest reserves. But
And
we're working on
if I
building
could
this.
clarify something, Mr. Latorre, if I could interject. So Mr. Latorre made reference to the statutory requirement of a 3% reserve. That's the minimum, that's the floor, right? FICMAT, who's the premier state, it's an independent organization passed by legislation that provides oversight and support and recommendations. Their recommendation is 17% reserve, right? So we shouldn't look at the 3% reserve as what we want to be at. FICMAT is recommends 17% reserve because, as Mr. Latorre said, 3% for us is $6 million. 1 month of expenditures for us for that 75+ % of salary and benefits and payroll and then the 25% of everything else is $17 million, right? So 3% won't even get us through a month, right? 3% will probably get us through 2 weeks, right? Before and it could be argued, it's like, really, do we really need to be at 17%? Well, yeah, maybe, there's could be different schools of thought right there, but I would say definitely not below 10%, 11, 12%, 13% would be a way better cushion. I know Mr. Latorre would argue that. I said, no, we need 17%, right? But but that's something that we could discuss further and make that determination. But I'm very, very proud of the work of everyone that has done our associations, our district, our board, of conscientiously and deliberately wanting to increase our reserve because, again, we have the lowest reserve. We're the largest school district in the county. We have 1,000 employees, over 1,000 employees, about 1,100. The most schools, the most students. We shouldn't have the lowest reserve, right? So looking at, we're going to be closing our books at about an 8% reserve, which is a really good thing, right? It's and we got to do a little bit more to put it at where we are being financially judicious about our budget.
Thank you, and we'll continue to do that, right? Our reserves are moving in the right direction.
Quick question.
Yes, sir.
Before you continue looking at the multi-year here. Just remind me, was there a mention of deferrals
at all?
Yeah, great question, right? And I'll answer that, and I'm going to say something before. The district, through collaboration with everybody, we do a really good job of monitoring cash flow and ensuring that we always have sufficient cash flow for the expenditures of 3 to 2 months, right? And I don't want to say 2 to 3, but 3 to 2 months. So we monitor cash flow. In that monitoring of cash flow, Mr. Castillo, we are expecting, we haven't heard otherwise from the governor, from the state. We did. If you look at our cash flow in that 150-page report that's also attached to the agenda, we are recognizing that the June apportionment will come in July. And we're okay with it because we have sufficient cash flow. If it comes in earlier, then it'll be much better for us, right? But yes, absolutely. We haven't heard otherwise about the deferrals. Right? Earlier, again, it was mentioned, and I'm going to mention it again in the next couple of slides, right? We have to continue to adjust our staffing ratios. Ms. Calderon mentioned it as well, both for certificated, classified, adjusting to our reduction in enrollment. But I just want to remind you of all of the hard decisions that have been taken here in the last couple of years. For fiscal year 23-24, right, as Mr. Jimenez mentioned, this work started a while back ago. It didn't start last year. It did start this year or last year. 23-24, the district closed 11 certificated positions and 24 classified positions. For fiscal year 24-25, the district closed 16 certificated positions and 4 classified positions, including 3 administrative positions. For fiscal year 25-26, the district continued adjusting staffing to the projected enrollment, and the district closed 20 certificated positions, right? Many were able to be brought back because there was additional funding or additional funding resources. 26 classified positions, including 2 administrative positions. So that's one of the formulas for success. We just have to make sure that we don't incur ongoing expenditures, right? The saying is, don't write a check that you can't cash down the line. I told you there was going to be no test to it, but this is the same information that I just presented in graphic form. And as you can see here, our projected salary and fringe benefits for fiscal year 26-25 will be 80.35% of our expenditures. We're in the people business and we invest in people. Part of the big difference, again, I don't want to be repetitive, but part of the big difference is because we will continue to invest in capital improvements. The largest is going to be Measure Q, funded by our bonds and our building funds. And then as you can see there on that slide, you can see that certificated non-management is 31.78% projected, classified 15.81%, and then management salaries is projected at 5.31%. And then the employee benefits is the aggregate of all of the employees, right? So that's how our expenditures in salary and fringe benefits are projected for the next fiscal year. I share a snippet here, and again, it's been alluded, so I appreciate the conversation that's being had. We have over 47 resources that are restricted resources. Right? We have over 60 resources that we manage, but over 47 of them are restricted resources. And I know it's really hard to see, but as you can see, some of those funding streams end. Some of those funding streams right now, we have a high degree of certainty that they will continue. One of them being expanded learning program. I think I have it up there, right? The government is committed to continue to fund those. But some funding streams do end. I mentioned a little bit earlier the student support, professional development block grant, which is that bottom number down there. We received the funds, and we're working on a plan to start spending it. But right now, it is a one-time fund, right? If it continues to be funded, then we would continue to recognize additional revenue in the subsequent years. Okay. I didn't want to put all 47 resources there for you. So, sorry for taking so long, but why do we continue to project deficit spending? You've heard this before: low birth rates, reduced student enrollment in California due to housing affordability and availability. Some families are relocating out of the state. Chronic absenteeism that continues to be a challenge for all school districts, for the majority of school districts. High contributions to underfunded programs, including special education and routine restricted maintenance account. In the governor's budget, and we budgeted for it, the governor has committed, at least thus far, to take the funding for special education from 917 to 1,340. We budgeted for it because there's a high degree of synergy that will happen. What does that mean for us? That means for us about $2.5 million more, which when it comes in, if it does come in, that means that we will be contributing about $2 million plus less from general fund contribution to restricted resources. And they are much needed resources for our students with special needs. Right? And then again, increasing costs associated with district workers' compensation experience rate. And I put in their experience rate, and I know that probably all of you know, but I'm just mentioning really quickly. The rate that we pay for workman's comp is based on what's called the experience rate. They take a picture of 3 rolling years, and they take a look at the number of incidents and the cost of those incidents to come up with the experience rate or the workman's comp rate. So Ms. Calderon is spot on. Could we take it from 8.3525 to 3.55 from one year to the next? Absolutely not, right? But we got to start looking at improving those numbers. And just to conclude, how do we continue to do what we're doing? We continue. Some of the same things continue to be very valid. We do position control and staff ratio analysis, vacancy analysis. We continue to, and again, I'll cite here Ms. Brisa Huerta Price and Cesar, working together to seek out additional funding streams so that we can take some of the burden out of our general unrestricted fund, and continue to tighten our belt wherever we can. Again, some things are hard because we don't know what the fuel prices would end up being from one month to the next. If they go down, it's going to be a big impact for us. So tonight, we respectfully request your consideration to approve the estimated actuals and the July 1st budget. I know I sounded very gloom and doom. We're in a good place. We're moving forward. We just got to continue to work together.
I make a motion to approve, but I have a question,
Mhm.
and I don't know if
I'll second
my
that.
colleagues have a question, but $2 million on substitutes, so it's teacher substitutes. Number one, I don't expect you to have the answer, but maybe look into it. Is that normal per se? Is that common? Is that adequate for our size? Number one, and number two, I know this one are we using lottery funds for that?
So the answer to the second question is yes, right? Not the lottery funds that we get for books and instructional materials, but the other lottery funds. So whether it's the right amount, I don't have the answer. I'll do some research on it. Some of the sub-costs are planned cost. I mentioned professional development. The district does a lot of professional development, and that requires us to pull teachers out of the classroom and spend money on subs. The other part of it is, of course, whether it's a teacher or whether it's a sub for a classified staff member, if they're not here and it's and we got to get a sub, we got to get a sub. But I don't know. I'm sorry, I don't know the answer whether that's high, low, or average. But I'll look to do some research, and I'll continue to update that once we close the fiscal year. We'll continue to monitor.
Okay. So there's a motion to approve item 2. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Before we move on to item 3, we do have to extend the time. It's 9:09. So I motion that we move to 11 p.m.
Second that motion.
Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. And if we need to extend beyond 11, then we'll motion it then. Probably to 1. Okay. Item number 3. Sorry, Jew. Item number 3, agreement between Calexico Unified School District and International Alliance Group for the IAG Global Workforce Development H-1B services from July 1st, 2026 through June 30, 2027.
I make a motion to approve.
Yeah.
Second, okay.
But can also get information on this as
Sure.
well. I can.
Yeah, so 3 and 4, therefore, our contract with the Alliance International Alliance Group, that we've been able to bring our music teacher as an international teacher.
Okay, got it.
On an H-1B visa. And so this is to continue that contract for her, and it's also to continue a contract as needed if we were to have the necessity to go out and find another person that we couldn't find here, just like we have with her, which has been very successful, and we're very lucky to have her, and she's doing a great job in our music program. And so this is to continue that business contract with.
So at this point, it's just one certificated?
At this point, it's just one
Okay.
certificated person, and then the other item is to have it as needed, if we needed to go out and search for someone else.
Thank you.
Okay, so there's there's a second motion, right? Mr. Castillo, was that you?
Sure. Yes, second.
Yeah, second. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Number 4, agreement between Calexico Unified School District and International Alliance Group for the IAG host school from July 1st, 2026 through June 30, 2027. A motion to approve.
I'll second.
Second, any comments, questions? No? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Number 5, agreement between Calexico Unified School District and Magic School AI Enterprise Incorporation for the 2026-2027 school year. A motion to approve.
I'll second.
Okay. Questions, comments? No? All those in favor say aye.
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 Okay, aye. Motion passes 5-0. Number 6, agreement between Calexico Unified School District and Campus Kaizen Guardian Case Management Platform for district-wide case management, student support, and compliance tracking services.
Move for approval.
I'll second.
All those in questions or comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. 7, agreement between Calexico Unified School District and Blue Dot Education for K-12 project-based learning professional development at the August 12, 2026 CUSD Educators Summit.
Motion to approve?
Second that.
Questions or comments? No? Okay. All those in favor say aye.
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 Motion passes 5-0. 8, agreement renewal between Calexico Unified School District and Orenda Education to access the Orenda reporting system, ORS, for the 26-27 school year.
Move for approval.
I'll second that. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. No questions or comments, right? Thank you. Okay. Motion passes 5-0. 9, agreement between Calexico Unified School District and Zeminga Solutions, US Incorporation, to implement a platform to enhance student safety and accountability with hall pass usage services at the Calexico High School.
Make a motion to approve?
I'll second that.
Question. This is something new for the district to implement? and
Yes.
try?
Yes, so our high school team actually saw this program in action while Ms. Rioseco was actually doing a WASC accreditation visit. And the high school that she visited, which is one of the great things about WASC, is you get to see what other districts are doing. And so this is a digitized hall pass that provides you real-time information of who's out and about during the day. It gives teachers real-time situation awareness, and it could flag to say, can I go to the restroom? And I see that another student is out at the same time that we don't want them interacting or mixing or whatever. We could say, give me 5 minutes. And then when the other student checks back in, wherever they are, okay, you go ahead and go. So it provides real-time analysis. It logs who's in and out. There has been times where we've had incidents. It's like, we knew it was between 8:30 in the morning and 9 in the morning at the girls' bathroom here, right? But, who was in, who was out. So So this will give you that analytics to inform you of who was in, who was out. So we want to try it for this year. It's kind of like a test pilot year. If it works, it might be something we want to bring back if we find it to be effective. And if we don't, we don't have to.
So it looks interesting, something new to try pilot, I agree. And then teachers would be initiating it when the students leave.
Yes.
But also the point is to minimize time out of class.
Absolutely. It's just to get better analytics on that. And there will be a training component involved, but the high school staff will be taking care of that.
Okay, so was there a motion?
Mhm.
Yeah, a second? Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. 10, adoption of the Calexico Unified School District portrait of the graduate and graduate competencies, communication, integrity, resilience, and critical thinking.
Move for approval.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes 5-0. 11, approval of the request for proposal on behalf of the Imperial County School Food Services Cooperative for food and paper products for the Food Services Department.
Motion to approve?
I'll second.
Okay, questions, comments? No? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. 12, approval of application for categorical programs for continued funding in Title I, Part A, Title II, Part A, Title III, Immigrant, Title III, Limited English Proficient, and Title IV, Part A for the 26-27 school year.
Move for approval.
I'll second.
Okay, questions or comments? No? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes 5-0. 13, approval of final 2025-2026 SPSAs and preliminary 26-27 SPSAs for all schools in Calexico Unified School District. Is there-
Motion to approve?
Second? Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. I do have a comment. I was looking at reviewing the SPSAs, and I can see that there's a good chunk of Title I funds in there. And being the principal, current principal, I know the challenge is that sometimes we have spending all the Title I funds because they're restricted and they have to go above and beyond to supplement what we already do. And, there's a lot of rules that go with it. And sometimes it is a challenge to spend every penny. And I know as a district, we can only keep 15%, right? The rest, we have to return it back to the federal government, right? So just something I want to say that, let's just make sure that we do spend every penny for this coming school year, that we return nothing. I know sometimes even if it has to be for PD, for teachers or staff, just rather spend it on that than return anything back. Okay, that's just my comment. Okay, so there's a second, right? All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Okay, number 14. Rejection of claim Jane Doe versus Calexico Unified School District.
Make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Okay, all questions or comments? No? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. 15, recognition of Booster Club, the Calexico Baseball Booster Club for fiscal year 2026-2027.
Motion to approve?
I'll second.
All
Okay.
requirements have been followed.
Our requirements have been complied with.
Okay. All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. 16, recognition of Booster Club, Calexico Bulldogs Booster Club for fiscal year 2026-27.
Move for approval.
I'll second.
Okay.
All requirements have been complied.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. 17, recognition of Booster Club, the Calexico Dogs Girl Basketball Booster Club for fiscal year 2026-2027.
Move for approval.
Second?
Comments?
Yes.
Yes? Okay.
Answered. Got it. I'm good.
Our
Okay.
requirements.
Our requirements?
Complied with.
All right. Sure, Mr. Jimenez?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
On the record.
On the
Okay.
record.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Recognition of Booster Club, Calexico High School Parent Band Booster Club for the fiscal year 2026-27. Motion to approve.
I'll second.
Sorry.
Our
Okay.
requirements have been complied with.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Motion passes 5-0. 19, resolution regarding disposition of surplus personal property for MacBooks for the senior class of 2026.
Motion to approve, yes.
Second.
Okay, resolution, Mr. Contreras?
Yes.
Mr. Arellano?
Yes.
Mr. Castillo?
Yes.
Ms. Calderon?
Yes.
Myself, yes. Motion passes 5-0.
Same process as last year?
Okay.
Same process.
Item 20, resolution regarding disposition of surplus personal property, technology, equipment at Blanche Charles Elementary.
Motion to approve the resolution.
Second?
Okay, resolution, Mr. Contreras?
Yes.
Mr. Arellano?
Yes.
Mr. Castillo?
Yes.
Ms. Calderon?
Yes.
Myself, yes. Motion passes 5-0. 21, resolution regarding disposition of surplus asset, non-asset furniture at Rockwood Elementary School. I motion to approve.
Second?
Mr. Contreras?
Yes.
Mr. Arellano?
Yes.
Mr. Castillo?
Yes.
Ms. Calderon?
Yes.
Myself, yes. Motion passes 5-0. 22, resolution regarding disposition of surplus asset, non-asset technology equipment at the Family Resource Center. I motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, Mr. Contreras?
Yes.
Mr. Arellano?
Yes.
Mr. Castillo?
Yes.
Ms. Calderon?
Yes.
Myself, yes. Motion passes 5-0. 23, last one. Resolution regarding disposition of surplus asset, non-asset ground equipment at Maintenance and Operations Department.
Move for approval.
I'll second.
Okay, Mr. Contreras?
Yes.
Mr. Arellano?
Yes.
Mr. Castillo?
Yes.
Ms. Calderon?
Yes.
Myself, yes. Motion passes 5-0. Any public comments for closed session items? No. Okay, announcement of convening into closed session, and hopefully we're back by 11. I don't think so, but. All right, good night, everybody. Thank you.